宙になれる君今が成長期新世界へどかしてもどかしているもう眼中に乗れるものが欲しい不甲斐ない入れてないなんて怖いくないなレスは避けてにとってこれじまいてる Let's see through the sky 逃げる中やまいで山積みの問題も Let's see through the skies もっとあるあがいて正体を暴いて Come on let's party Everybody put your hands up さあフライそのイメージできっとなれるさなりたい自分に探せよ The oneの舞台へ忘れてた記憶の中でもう一度胸の高鳴りを聞け
Change your life, change your mind. Just going out, just going out. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Tell me faking who you are inside. Can you really find love if it's all just a lie? You really want to survive? The moment's now to change your life. Wanna be loved? Take my advice. You're missing out if you only hide. You gotta try. Trust me, cause I'm a master when it comes to being right.
Stop thinking that you're useless, improving your excuses. Your part is just getting in the way of what matters. Don't be a total nuisance. Life ain't a fashion show, surrounding your heart with frilly cosplay. Keep this up with your feelings and there's no way they'll reach the light of day. Who are you anyway? You just your own slave.
I'm the one aiming for the top and no one's ever gonna stop me. Cause I'm Yuki Shirogane, hear my heart's ringing out like a sound wave.
So drop the act and go seize the day. Prove it your own
Perfectly
way.
and automated to all of my specs. But being like this forever will never let me love myself. Finding the real me, I'll take that step. Maybe then I can confess to her if I just better myself. Our crazy lives will keep repeating and repeating always. Knowing you gotta fake it till you make it real someday. Our crazy lives will keep repeating and repeating always. Yeah, 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 someday change my life, yeah. Kanji English, a matter of ease to me. I'm a perfect student every way, but deep down not sure of my lovability. Life's like backgammon, you'll never win if you don't commit. It won't matter if I reach the top, if I ever want to admit this love.
Come on, anything you wanna know. Come on, why not take the chance to show? Every pitch, rhythm, and vibe inside of your being gives your life a new meaning. Why not take that chance to grow?
My style is messed up, but I'll do hip-hop. The class press can try, she might, but she'll never take away my pride. Once this is all done, we can get together as one. We'll show the real love for once, so let's start having fun. Perfectly and automated to all of my specs. But being like this forever will never let me love myself. Finding the real me, I'll take that step. Maybe then I can confess to her if I just better myself. Our crazy lives will keep repeating and repeating always. Knowing you gotta fake it till you make it real someday. Our crazy lives will keep repeating and repeating always. Yeah, 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 someday change my life, yeah. It's my non-fiction, it's my
2 steps ahead, yeah. So step into my way, stand down. It's a trap, one more step, and you're dead. Yeah, you're dead. Why just a picosecond ago, clear blue skies, but now lightning struck your last resolve. It's not an accident that no one hears your cries. It's your last strength seems to dissolve. You'll never see it coming. You'll see that my mind is too fast for eyes. You're done by the time that it hits you, your last surprise. I'm coming.
Strain my voice screaming, my plea of flower burning free.
Explain yourself, you baby!
I'll sing my way out of this place so vague. Away from everything. Counting out the nights and waiting on the morning light. A sound so loud, vivid and bright. Don't let your failures turn into regret. Something better waits for you, don't forget. Scream it out into the dark.
Yeah, I was in a rush because I was adding a bunch of crap. So I haven't even added the...
No, they don't deserve it.
Well, that's fair.
Band.
Cool.
See, were you just in Atlas the Bookkeeper's stream? Because I'm just like, it's the letter C, so I'm not sure. So I was just like, it's
Yeah, there it is. Y'all already know why we're here. This is gonna be terrible, dude.
no, it's gonna turn around.
Based on what?
You know.
As always, pump that speed up just a smidge. Part 2 of Pain. 19 emotes. Yo, hi. Yo ho ho, BG and DA. I've officially met Brooke and Perona. You've met 2 of the best characters. Yo, Persona 5 music. You'll never see it coming. Ho, Persona 5 music. Disappointed BG. Gavin, shut up. I can't help but think of Magakame's old outro with this song. I never saw the second part of this, other than the Zenitsu part.
Having faith, DA.
DSP disrespected Argentina, dude.
Yeah.
Explain yourself,
Bad.
you baby!
That is explicit terms of service stuff that he's breaking. Explicit. We'll see what comes about it, but a lot of people are reporting him. I do not advocate reporting DSP for stuff.
Yeah.
I want him to flounder for life. And if people are willing to give him money, that's their own stupid fault. I saw part 2. It will not be better than this. Debt no or hell no. Let's place bets. That's what I opened the betting up for since y'all wanted it. Sup. By the way, finished the VOD for part 2. Oh no. Oh, the part 2 of our stream. Okay, cool. Hey y'all, hope the rest of the video is an okay. That hope is slim to none. Absolutely zero. Yeah. You don't want to miss anything with this. Hey, I fear for part 2. This guy is terrible. I rewatched part 1. DA's faith in people is outstanding.
Yes,
Man believes in
because-
Triggered and Dritz.
Sure, watch. One day it's gonna be right, and then everybody's gonna be like, okay, you cooked, DA.
I don't think anybody's ever gonna say you cooked, DA. Looks like the overlay didn't work. Okay.
Might need to turn it down, the gain down just a little bit.
Just a smidge, huh?
I don't advocate for reporting DSP. Because he can just move on to another thing. He can just move on to Twitch.
He's not gonna go to because I was just talking to Turt about it in the Discord. He's not gonna go to Rumble or Kick because they don't have the moderation tools he needs to stop all the nonsense. So it's gonna be Twitch or nothing at right now. What do you think of that Fire Force video I found? We don't watch them. We just watch a little bit of them and they go on the list.
I think that was already on the list, though. I can't remember. It looks familiar.
You guys really started when I was deciding to get to sleep. Go to sleep then. BG can't reconfirm. Hey, Det, shut up. You also said things will change and new mistakes were made. So technically there is a change.
Yeah.
Bring it. What BS is gonna make up to protect the second anime he's seen? Oh, like the fourth. Like maybe the fourth. Yes, betting's working. It just doesn't confirm it. Here, I'll tell you. The betting now.
And while you're doing that, I'm gonna get a little loud to just test how loud we get once we get loud, because it's gonna get loud, maybe, but it's hopefully not gonna be. 3, 2, 1, test.
So what happened? If your bet didn't go through, you likely didn't do it correctly. It's exclamation point bet, then the number, then the amount. You don't need brackets. You don't need anything. Just exclamation point bet, the number, the amount.
So this is what it sounds like getting loud.
What is causing that? What could possibly be causing that peaking like that?
Low volume is good. Can't wait for Like a Dragon 8. I can, because I'm going to. I want to get through all the other games, because Kiryu is in this situation because of something, and I don't know what that something is, and I don't want to learn what that something is in this game. So I hear that something big happens, and then you got the man who forgot his name, and then you got this. So I have to get through those. Not get through those. It's not really it makes it sound bad. It's not a bad thing. But yeah.
So it's likely the equalizer is doing something to the game.
I'm going to be muting everything on Twitter.
So I'll adjust that as I see fit.
3, 2, 1, big sound test. Here we go. Test!
If it peaked more, let me know. If it peaked less, let me know.
A little bit. It sounded almost the same, so probably a little bit more down. 3, 2, 1, big sound test. Test! We're doing this live, people. Y'all.
Yeah, what can you do?
I think that sounds fine.
Okay. I'll do a smidge more just in case.
Yeah, I just personally don't like peeking myself, because I listen to these and
Yeah, same.
And
it's weird because I'll adjust no settings and then it won't peak for like 3 episodes, then it'll peak for 2.
It's crazy.
I truly don't know.
It's a dumb thing.
Let's get into the name. Let's get into the
last
video.
Thing. Priscilla said,
Hey BG and DA, I was wondering, I know My Hero Academia hasn't been good for a while now, but what was one of the things you liked about early My Hero Academia?
Gentle and Labrava.
Deku's earnestness.
And his ingenuity. I liked I'm not going to break my arm.
Hey guys, busy at weekend work. I won't be too active in the chat, but I will be here to get points and go insane with y'all.
Enjoy your...
You do you.
Yeah, you do you.
Don't come to these. Just watch it later. Who cares?
Yeah, Deku's ingenuity was something really different in the early stuff, like when you've got the sports festival and there's all the grenades and stuff on the ground and he's just gathering them up to get into first place, that type of stuff.
Yeah, even the point of just, I'm not going to break my entire arm to throw this ball, but I will break a finger. And then that also goes into, I'm going to channel it into one particular place and not this whole thing, which leads later into other things. So yeah, stuff like that.
But then he just gets a bunch of powers and it's just like, what do I do with the
Black
power?
Whip is wrapped around my muscles now and it's strengthening. He's like, are you able to do that? Oh, I guess you can, and we're moving on. I don't like things like that where you're finding out that they can do it as they're doing it.
Yes.
Can't go too far into that. Just y'all wait.
What?
Yeah, can't go too far into it. You heard him. What's up, Anko, Blaze, C, Carlo, Chris the Chill, Hope, Fighting Gimmick, Hungers for Hoes, Jay, Jinx, Meme, Nightfall, Priscilla, Aries, Soul, Triton, Victory Greymon, Det, J, Jam, My Car, Mark the Elf, Hope, Ruiner, Alfonso, Gaming, Carlo, Gavin, Soul, C. I already said J, I already said Jim. Yeah, I'm just gonna fighting gimmick. I'm gonna use my exceptional short-term memory. Blaze, fighting gimmick, Floofy, Joe, Meme. I think that's everybody. JCJ.
Explain yourself, you baby!
Well, hopefully he does.
Yeah, liking My Hero was fun. Once upon a time, Blaze.
Yeah, because I was going through the,
I'm so tired of this stupid shit.
I'm creating the playlist. Adrian, what's up? I'm creating the playlist, and I'm like, dang, when did we get to a My Hero video? Because I'm going through like creating 9 different series playlists, and the first My Hero was the Bakugo one, but that was a lost episode. So the very first one really is the What's So Good About My Hero Academia by Mother's Basement. And I'm like, that was like, what are we doing? But it's because we liked it and then we didn't like it
enough to say it was going to get a good ending.
Oh boy, you knew that was going to be. I said, Triton, shut up.
Play it back.
Description. This is the second part of my response to Captain Mack's video. Demon Slayer is extraordinarily incompetent. Yep.
Simple and clean. Get in, get out.
Hey, it's us.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my response to Captain Mack's video on Demon Slayer. We left off at the end of his section on Tanjiro. Next up is Zenitsu. So let's not waste any time and jump right in.
You cannot! You cannot! It's already over! Just skip it! You said that you were gonna be not doing some things based upon if you have nothing to say. You can't with this! He stinks on ice! No, we don't need a Last of Us 20. How?
How could we ever?
You sit down and listen to Last of Us 21 and then come back to us.
You watch a whole thing and then give us a report. You live in the video, I could turn up the video.
Character writing in Demon Slayer is atrocious. Hell, it's a bit insulting to other writers to even call it character.
Oh wow, jumping right into the deep end with this video.
I have to work today, so I won't be able to watch the whole stream. I'm on my lunch break right now, so I can only watch for 20 minutes. Thank you for the super chat, Jinx. Don't be here.
Yeah, work.
2 people at work talking about I'm listening to y'all.
Mother, get your money and off.
Thank you for the super chat.
You do you. Don't be like, hey, I'm working. No. You get your money.
Ticket selling
your money.
Okay, Mack, you disregarded almost all of the character details throughout your video so far. The irony of you calling it insulting is hilarious.
This is Zenitsu. I hate Zenitsu. His 2 characteristics are that he is horny and a coward. His character does not have any depth beyond that. He gets scared and cries and screams constantly, or he tries to sexually assault.
I love the fact that he has not read the manga, so he doesn't know what comes later.
So how can he defend it? Especially based on what's going on right now, because what's going on... Yo, stop being here! What are we doing? Based on what's going on right now, how could you say that he's anything but those 2 things?
Female characters. That's it! That's all there is to him!
Zenitsu is likely people's least favorite character.
He was the #1 character at the end of the series in the character popularity poll. The #1 character.
Somehow.
So I'm not trying to hear none of this. He's probably no. There is empirical proof that a large number of people voted him over everyone else.
And you don't know the discourse. So what is your evidence here? What
How can you defend a point that you don't even know the point of?
And it's understandable. But to say his character has no depth is just blatantly not paying attention, which is in line with the rest of your criticisms. To start, I wish you'd get off your high horse for once. Sexual assault? Really?
Axel Gray says, I stay and watch this video if I want to, you bums.
Or we can time you.
No, that wouldn't stop them.
Nah, but we wouldn't know they're here. What do you believe sexual assault is? Sexual would be the unwarranted touching in an erroneous area. Assault would be touch. If he's grabbing at her hips and down on his knees, that is and it's unwanted. That is technically sexual assault. At best, sexual harassment.
Mm-hmm. Harsh wording, but the spirit is still true. But I can see him getting onto him for that harsh wording.
But even if
it's still he's on his knees begging a woman to marry him, and the woman is clearly in distress. I wish y'all would get off of your high horse about what is his name? Zeleros.
It's literally on screen right now.
I know, but I can't pronounce that. I'm gonna ask that later as well. But we all got sacrifices, like you said. Yeah, it's him just going to get off your high horse. I don't understand what the high horse is in relation to. I don't like this character because he largely has these two traits.
Walking L, we're finishing this video today, hopefully.
Yeah. I don't see how we don't.
The scene you showed depicts Zenitsu desperately asking for the woman to marry him.
It's to it.
Character has
Games constantly, or he tries to sexually assault the female character.
Okay, what's going on here? She's clearly pushing him away. He's on his hands and knees with his arms around her waist.
A sexual area. I would classify this as sexual harassment. Harassment, assault,
whatever you ask for the courts to decide. But what would you call this?
Like, Goat says, are we close to Mark Month?
There's never been half Mark Month.
Every day we get closer and further away from Mark Month at the same time.
If you saw this on the street, if you saw this at your place of work, this exact situation, if you saw this on in the middle of the street, what would you assume is going on?
I'm like, yo, what's going on? Chill out, homie.
If the police came, what would they charge Zenitsu with right now?
I mean, you do just have to look at it. It's not good.
The show depicts Zenitsu desperately asking for the woman to marry him. He is blatantly terrified. He is, like you said, a coward. He doesn't want to fight demons and is afraid of dying. So when he is given a mission and his first thought is that he will be killed, he clings to a woman and pleads with her. In his eyes, he is pleading for his life, asking her to save him.
In the midst of it, doing sexual assault.
Yeah, it's irrelevant about what his intentions are.
If he saw a woman go into her house and then he pushed the door down and broke in and did this, did he not break into the house? Did he not break and enter into the house even if it's to ask her to marry him because of his cowardice?
Tanjiro yells at him, "What are you doing in the middle of the road? Can't you see that girl doesn't like it? What are we doing here? It's clear on the page. You're looking into it as, how do I make this look good?
How do we empathize with Zenitsu here? You're not allowing the story to empathize with Zenitsu. You're looking at it from the point of the view of the girl. Or a bystander.
He goes, please, please marry me. I don't know when I'll die, so I want you to marry me. And you have to do everything that you can to be like, no, this makes sense because no.
Again, even if you say all of those things, it doesn't change the fact of what he's doing.
To classify this as sexual assault, I really wonder what kind of sheltered life you must live.
Do you believe sexual assault is only if you're grabbing boobs and butt of women? Or the crotch of men, or the butts of men?
What? Obviously, translation.
Of course.
But she goes, if you're healthy enough to harass me, you're fine. Goodbye. Come on now, dude. Come on.
Ulysses, he's trying to excuse Zenitsu.
How is he the most popular character? People must find him funny.
The context of the scene is Tanjiro is walking down the street and he hears Zenitsu screaming or some girl screaming, and he sees Zenitsu on the road hugging that girl while she's trying to push him away.
I want this guy to do this in the street and see what happens.
But it was legit.
And Tanjiro walks up and goes, "What are you doing?" And he hears Zenitsu yelling, "Please marry me. I don't know when I'm gonna die." She smacks him, and he says, she says, "If you're healthy enough to harass me, you're healthy enough to whatever." And then she walks away. This is Tanjiro's second meeting with Zenitsu.
The end of chapter 19, beginning of chapter 20.
Mm-hmm.
Furthermore, despite his cowardice, Zenitsu is still very loyal.
Pause. So we're just done with that point.
Yes.
If you look at it from this point of view, then no, it does make sense. Yes, he's doing this thing, but he's doing it for this reason. It doesn't matter what the reason is. If somebody breaks into your house and you shoot them, you still killed somebody. You gotta go to court. It does not erase that you killed somebody. Yes, he's pleading for his life or whatever, but he is still harassing this girl. It doesn't change the facts of the situation. And then we just move on. That's not how this goes.
What's the problem, says Zeleros. Oh, wow, that was a late alert.
My goodness, that was 30 minutes ago.
His fear, he highly respects and wants to do right by the people he cares for. He calls his teacher Gramps out of adoration for saving him from his debts. He agreed to go into the House Demon's domain just to avoid disappointing Tanjiro. He protects Tanjiro's case from Inosuke, even though he knew a demon was inside,
Very good moment.
out of respect for Tanjiro and at the cost of being assaulted. Zenitsu has a kind heart. When somebody he cares for is in danger,
There's a lot of when he cares for a person, he does good things. What does he do with the person he does not care about? Does he just let them get hurt? Does he just let them die? Because you're putting a lot of evil people who, if they care about somebody, does nice things to them. This means nothing to me.
jumps into action, like in the forest when he realized Nezuko was with Tanjiro. And even though he is a coward,
that's horniness.
That's him going awooga.
Horniness overrode cowardice.
Jay says, you guys have got to revisit a video defending the third. It would be hilarious.
There aren't too many out there.
I have two.
Are they good? Because they might be the two that I saw, and one of them is just not good.
Okay.
Does try to better himself. When Daki is assaulting one of her workers, Zenitsu steps up, defending the girl despite his clear fear.
Pause. Yes, you are mentioning, and obviously, Captain Mack is a bit reductive. Jay said those are his two personality traits.
Those are the prevalent personality traits.
Those
cowardice and horniness.
If you put all the scenes of Zenitsu, it's going to be 80% the cowardice and horniness, and the rest are going to be what you say, those little moments of bravery. Those, I'm going to help this girl.
If it's 40-40 and then 3 for, or 40-40 and then 2 for 10 other traits, it's not, the 2% doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, even though there are other personality traits. It's very much like when people do their ancestry and stuff, and it's like, I have 2.3%
Cherokee,
and you're not a Native American. That blood is so diluted, it's not even worth mentioning.
So yeah, I don't think that
America allows a certain amount of rat feces in our food. It is below the threshold of acceptability.
This is still mostly, this is 99 repeating ketchup and a little bit of feces. It happens.
It happens. What can we do?
We're all Genghis Khan when you look back at it. But yeah, I don't think that those little moments are enough to say that Zenitsu is likable, but I think that it does disprove Captain Mack's reductive point of he's just these two things.
Zenitsu doesn't regard himself very highly, and was unable to utilize all but one of the thunder-breathing forms. However, he's
Pause.
completely...
I would like
Why?
to see more of that. More of the training and the failing. Why was
Trying to learn the other forms and not
Yes.
being able to grasp them.
Why is it just this one form that he's able to learn? Is it the easiest? Is it the hardest? Is it the one that allows him to run away the fastest? Why is it only when he's asleep? It's just not enough information. He's getting into it. But yeah, that's my whole thing. It's just not enough with this. It is just he only knows this one form. He never bothered to learn or make his own forms. We don't know why he can't learn the other forms. He just can't. And then at the end, it's just like, as we go on, it's just, I got the thunderclap and flash, but then I have the sixfold. It's like, how did you train that while you were asleep? What is Godspeed? Is it just the thunderclap and flash, but without the quick draw? We don't know. Whatever. So, and I mentioned this before. It doesn't make sense for him to be able to train this thing, but not be able to use it while he's awake.
mastered the one form he can use. He tends to fall unconscious before fighting.
How did he master that one form?
Yes.
What did he do to master? Has Tanjiro mastered the 10 forms of water breathing, or can he do them? Are there levels to the forms?
When you are able to master it, does that mean that that's when you can modify it?
See you later, Joe.
Horizontal water wheel. Hamon is so much better than Demon Slayer's power system.
Says, I will bet you $10. The tropes he hates are lowly and fan service.
I hope that we get into it, but I don't think that we're going to, because he's just done with it. But Hamon has its own issues, like the leaf stuff.
But he does mention how he's always been able to hear people clear as day, even when
Nobody's
he's sleeping,
listening
giving us
to
a reason
you,
for his
cuck.
ability. More importantly, though, it is meant to showcase how strength comes from within. Zenitsu is a character that represents how we can all accomplish something. How we all have something.
What can we accomplish?
Wow.
I'd rather accomplish something because I'm good, because I can do something instead of just going to sleep and relying on my subconscious to do this thing. Zenitsu did not kill Daki. It was his other self that did that. I would not be proud if they put a medal across my neck saying, you helped kill Daki. I'd be like, did I? That's nothing. He's not overcoming anything outside of the last arc. He's not overcoming anything. He's going to sleep and then he's becoming a brave guy because I guess that's just a character trait or whatever that he has. That's not a thing to be like, I'm overcoming this. Master Ding, didn't you say you was out of here? You working. Stop giving us money. You're subtracting from your work.
Subtracted from your work.
But it doesn't make me feel better when a coward is doing something when he's not in control of those actions. Zenitsu is not choosing to do the thunderclap and flash in harm's way. It is just this brave persona that comes out when he's asleep somehow, whatever, and then he just does it without any fear, without any hesitation. There's nothing there but we need to do this. We don't know why that is. We don't know if that's a hyperfixized version of what he thinks a Demon Slayer is. We don't know if he's modeling after his teacher, how he was young. We don't know anything about this. So he just goes to sleep and he's amazing.
Ultra Essence Goku, true divine essence Goku.
Zenitsu's screen time is about 50% of sleeping fight avatar, 25% whining coward, 20% horny, and 5% of actual good moments. And the actual good moments are really good moments, but they're so few and far between. I don't know why people gravitate to this type of person. Cook is disabled right now. Shut up, Nami. BG and DA, I was wondering, are you guys trying to reverse psychology on us when you tell us to leave so that we will stay? Absolutely not. We were streaming to 7 people when we started. We don't give off. Stop coming to these. It was not fleshed out enough, so we got to blame the author. Absolutely. They're putting too much onus on the person going, hey, this isn't very good, as opposed to, hey, this is a not good thing, period. Did I miss a number? Whatever. All right, I'm turning off betting in like 3 minutes.
Good at, despite our flaws. He isn't the greatest character in the show, but he is far from being an empty shell.
Hell, you could even do something as simple as giving him a scenario where he wants to fight, but can't overcome his fear and can't fall asleep, forcing him to deal with one of those limitations.
Don 213 says, "Did he get into the flower thing yet?"
Ooh, not yet.
I don't know.
Wait, unless you mean the. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, unless. What did he say about the plants? Oh yeah. Hey, according to Wikipedia, and then he's already done. I don't remember what he said.
But nothing like that ever happens. Neither of these things hold him back.
Let's take an example from another story.
No, take an example from this story
And counter what he just said of why that wouldn't work.
Explain your point, and then I would prefer you to go off to something else instead of just going, well, in this thing, but let's hear him out about what this thing is.
Because it can tie into whatever is being discussed right now. Question, BG, did you add Boo This Man? Thank you for the super chat. So, yes, exclamation point Boo activates Boo This Man.
Hero Academia. The character Uraka has the ability to
Uraka?
make anything she touches act like it was in zero gravity. That's it. It's a simple ability. Now, would you say she is badly written because her ability doesn't have an apparent flaw?
That was never the point! What are you talking about? What is he talking about?
This is somebody that just simply did not understand the point.
Let's hear all of Mack's point again and then hear where we're going with this.
And now he's gonna fight this invisible ghost that is not on the table.
Goku, Spirit Saiyan Goku, Primal Instinct Goku.
Nobody's listening to you, you cunt.
Thank you again for the super chat, Jinx.
Something we are good at, despite our flaws. He isn't the greatest character in the show, but he is far from being an empty shell.
Hell, you could even do something as simple as giving him a scenario where he wants to fight, but can't overcome his fear and can't fall asleep, forcing him to deal with one of those limitations. But nothing like that ever happens. Neither of these things hold him back.
Let's take an example from another story, My Hero Academia. The character Uraka has the ability to make anything she touches act like it was in zero gravity. That's it. It's a simple ability. Now, would you say she is badly written because her ability doesn't have an apparent flaw or drawback to it?
Pause, but it actually does.
Yeah,
it makes her sick.
Yeah, it makes her have vertigo and that type of stuff.
Master Jinx says, "My lunch break is over, so I have to go back to work now. I hope that makes you happy now."
Good work, wage slave.
That was 100% not Mack's point.
Yes, 1 million.
The power, the form itself was never his problem in this instance, in what he's talking about right now. And now you're going, he is blaming Zenitsu for being a not very deep, complex, whatever character, as opposed to his ability not being very complex.
He's
deep,
never
whatever.
put into a situation where he would need to nut up. And you're going, well, Uraka doesn't have a very deep power, so is she bad?
I wouldn't count her needing to touch an object as a drawback either, considering it's no different than any melee attack like a sword swing.
No, I think that it would, because she can't do it from long range. So if it's somebody that's faster than her, she would have to figure out a way to touch him. If it's somebody like Bakugo, it's like, I can't touch him, but I can touch things around him. So she needs to get around that thing. So that it is a drawback. Every power has some sort of limitation. If it's I'm a sniper, well, you can't, you're not a melee person. She has to touch somebody in order for her ability to affect them. I think that is a pretty big drawback, especially considering she's not super fast. If she floats herself, she has a very linear path to get to it. So she has to figure out a way in order for herself to actually enable her ability against the opponent.
She is pretty well liked by her peers and those she interacts with, so not even a personality flaw. So, based on your standards, she would be a bad character.
No.
How is this the standard he's laid out of what a bad character would be?
Unless he's talking about the Tanjiro thing.
And what if he went, yes, she is a bad character?
Or if she just went, no, she's not a bad character, but she's not a very interesting character. But she does have a motivation I want to help my parents. She does have a mindset of, I like Deku, but Deku has his own thing going on. I have my own thing going on. So I got to push that off to the side for a little bit. That's a self-sacrificing thing of, I could be happy with this person, but now's not the time. She's greater thinking than that.
On top of that, you've got the whole, I want to rely on my own strength, not Deku's help, because I've relied on him way too much in these instances. And now I just want to go do my own thing. Win or lose, it's with my own thing. And then she has that phone call with her parents, like, I let y'all down. I'm sorry, I couldn't do better. And they're like, you did great. Shut up.
But still, Zeleros is wrong here. Yes, he is still incorrect here.
Straw man style fifth form.
AVXer Gaming XL says, the purpose of her helmet is to help prevent her from getting motion sickness.
Yeah, it's an obvious weakness.
Yet, she does struggle plenty through the show.
Who says Zenitsu or Tanjiro didn't struggle?
So
this man is trash.
I don't know if he's seen My Hero, because he said that he's only liked Demon Slayer and One Punch Man, or if he's just reading a Wikipedia. But he's just wrong here in a lot of different ways.
Just not in this hyper-specific fashion that you were looking for.
No, in this fight that you're showing, she's struggling in a way that he wants. She cannot get close to Bakugo, as evidence right there where he blew her away. So what does she have to do in order to get close, as she is a normal strength girl without any of her equipment, with Bakugo looking directly at her in a small area? What can she do? Okay, now put this over there in Demon Slayer. What situation is there with Tanjiro like that? There isn't really.
Or Zenitsu.
In a way that somebody else would have been better. Yeah. Because somebody like Tokoyami can get in and do something. Somebody like Momo can get in and do something. You'd be like, the arrow fight, Tanjiro had to struggle. Absolutely had to struggle. We'll name a fight where he doesn't have to struggle, but that is not a specific Tanjiro-related struggle that he had to go through. That is just a general struggle. I don't think anybody could have done better in that situation. And that's what this issue was. You are
anybody of the same strength.
Of the same strength.
What? Your personal preferences are not the definitive way to write characters.
No, but the way he prefers. Yes. Your version, whatever your version may be, is not going to be the definitive way. It's going to be what your preference is of how to write character. And he didn't even say it's the only way to write characters. He's saying this is the way it should have been done.
And I don't think that you are properly debunking what he's saying by going, well, it's not what you want, so that's all there. No, he explained what he wanted. He explained it why he wanted it, and you're just going, nah, there's other ways to do it. Yes, obviously, but talk about why the way that he wants it is wrong.
This section on Zenitsu is pretty short, but what comes next is going to take us a while. Strap in, everybody. Now we look into the man, the myth, the legend, Kyojuro Rengoku.
So I can say in plain terms that Rengoku is a...
Did he take that from a YouTube channel?
Come on now,
He couldn't even get an act.
The legend, Kyojuro Rengoku.
Says, his preference is to write shit characters and...
And the worst part is, it seems like he just screen recorded this.
I was thinking the same
and
thing.
Didn't just download it. So that speaks back to before when he just goes, yeah, I did my best with the footage. Because you're not limited. Get you a free downloading service. They're crazy on YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube. There's a GitHub bot called YTDL that allows you to mass download YouTube video.
Big pretty man time. Yeah, boy.
He did the big pretty and he died. Is still one of the greatest lines ever spoken on anime. He did the big pretty and died.
It's so redundant to his character, but it's so true.
It's so true. He did the big pretty and he died, and now everybody loves him.
So I can say in plain terms that Rengoku is a terribly written character. Rengoku is introduced alongside the rest of the Hashira. He's immediately introduced by talking about how Nezuko is a demon and should therefore be killed without being given a proper chance. And that Tanjiro should also be killed for protecting her.
Loved it.
After that, we don't see Rengoku again until Tanjiro and his gang get sent to a demon-slaying job on a train, where Rengoku immediately makes a complete 180 by being very friendly towards Tanjiro and his friends.
During the Hashira meeting, they are told specifically by their leader to not kill Nezuko.
Yes, you can still dislike what's going on, though.
Mm-hmm. You can still resent this person for harboring a demon that could kill you and everybody that you know in this place before you can even draw your sword.
I like Rengoku, but I was disappointed when he died too early. It would have been better if he had spent more time with Tanjiro, so the death would have hit harder, or survived Mugen Train and die later on.
Yeah, the whole like, oh, you get his hilt and everything. It's like you've known this guy on screen for minutes. I don't feel this. I'm going to go visit your family and cry with your little brother and all that stuff. Don't boo this man. He's tried his best.
Meme, I cannot remember the episode it was said. It was probably...
It was Jujutsu Kaisen versus Demon Slayer. The anime Showdown. Yes.
Oh, Shonen Showdown. Okay.
Showdown.
Okay. There you go.
Ivana Neri says, it's a good fight because Uraraka had to confront her weaknesses and found a creative way to work around it. She didn't win, but it was an admirable feat.
Absolutely.
regardless.
Yes, that's why everybody was like, hey, that was a great job by her. And Bungo was like, Deku, you hell turn, you piece of... No, she did it on her own.
It is a matchup that is very bad, but she did her absolute best and could have won given a better situation if he just hadn't noticed like a second before he did. Just something like that where you just go, I can see how you would have won, but you didn't, but good try.
And that Tanjiro has special permission. However, despite their great respect for their leader, most still resist and are unwilling to let them go.
Yes, we know this. Talk about the fact that Rengoku is just cool the next time he sees him. We don't see that in-between point of let him go and no, you're cool. Because if your leader says something, that doesn't mean that you have to follow it completely. That doesn't mean that you're just like, hey, he has special permissions to have this demon. He didn't go and like him. And if that's the case...
Trayvon, it was probably just to get our attention through a TTS.
And if that's the case... What about Miss Dude? What about all the Hashira? What about Wind Dude? He did after. Was it after the? I forget if it was after or before. But Jordan, he's antagonistic throughout. So is he fine? He's explaining himself. He's explaining himself. Calm down. He's just not doing it well.
So what should have happened there, what I believe, is Rengoku still should have been on his North U. And then he sees Nezuko help the people on the train. And then he goes, when he's about to die, I'm sorry I treated you that way. Or even before he's about to die, when he's teaching Tanjiro, you can heal yourself by that. I'm sorry that I treated you and your sister that way. I saw what she did.
There's somebody that's injured, clearly injured, bleeding everywhere. And Nezuko picks him up and helps him. And Rengoku sees, he's just like,
Rengoku's about to cut her head off, but he sees that she's not going for the blood, she's going to help to get them out of the way.
Him off to another cart or something, and it's 100% fine. He goes, okay, this is a temptation right here. She did not go for it. She's clearly different. But this dude that can just nebulously see the future, not well enough to stop demon attacks though, just says but no, and Rengoku has a complete character flip, even though in that moment he goes, but with all due respect, sir, that demon.
Oh, we're Discord boys, let's check it. Oh no! Oh no, yeah, that's gotta go up immediately. Sorry, y'all. It's gonna be a bit. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the whole situation type deal.
I feel nothing for Rengoku's death. We hardly got to know him, and that's part of the issue because I feel like Oda was really against killing characters because
Bitch, I'm on your ass.
it's really easy to write a character that everybody likes, show them off a little bit, and then kill them to get that emotional. Oh my God, the great character died, and it's just like.
So after the main dude said, "Hey yo, chill out," after they read a letter from Orokodaki saying, "I will kill myself, Giyu and Tanjiro and Nezuko."
He let the O'Hara books survive for 3 months in the ocean.
Oh yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
But yeah, after all that, Rengoku goes, it was just there.
Yeah.
If she kills and eats somebody, it's irreversible. The dead won't come back. So he's already pushing back. And then after that, when dude does the blood thing with Nezuko, so there is pushback with the Hashira. It is not absolute. This dude says something, so we automatically believe this.
I gotta full screen this voice so y'all can read it. Dude, imagine this type of defense. Yo, he was scared. Better call Zell. Better tell Zell. At least Trigger tried to fight against the point. This guy's just making up a different argument and he's still not winning. Also, I'm not a bot. Still not winning. Goto Gage should have also learned as well with the whole killing thing. He grabbed her by the pussy for his life, Your Honor. Yeah, let's just put that in the corner. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, back to it.
It isn't until Nezuko demonstrates in real time that she can resist consuming human blood do the Hashira accept them.
Pause. But that was with Tanjiro yelling at her not to do that. She still has a lot of sweat marks on her face. I'm looking at the panel right now. This is not purely and simply, nah, she's not doing it. She clearly wants to, but she's not doing it.
Is it really a 180 on his character to be nice?
Yes! When he was like, hey, cut off her head and kill the dude harboring her. Oh, she's not drinking this blood in this one specific instance where he's telling her his dog to heal. Well, I'm sorry for everything I ever said. Do you want to be my student?
There is not a single, there is, blind dude goes, snake and wind don't harm, do not mean younger, do not be mean to younger children. Snake man goes, yeah. Wind dude goes, as you wish. There is not a single other person that goes, dang, look at that. Nobody says anything after the blood thing happens.
Nobody's listening to you, you cuck.
Other than those two. So, we're not seeing any sort of change. We're not getting any sort of inner monologue.
It's just, it was that,
Nobody's
and now it's
listening
this.
to you, you cuck.
And in all of my years of being a demon slayer, and all of the stories that all the other demon slayers have told me, all the commiserations, the blind man and all the things that he's seen, nobody has ever seen a docile demon. Such that the moment that I see it, I believe it implicitly. I do not believe this. Especially when we got Tamayo and the simp demon. So that means that there can be those. So it makes no sense for number one them to just be like and kill them automatically, because there should have been one, because there's a fifth form blessed rain after a drought and a water Hashira who was just there to have done the move. And they should have heard about something, and we don't see the turn from this is a bloodthirsty demon everything to okay then. We don't see that. There is no inner monologue. And if you just go, well, it happened, I would like to see it happen, because that's character, that's story.
Has seen. DA 2024.
The blind man, what he has seen.
No! I'm getting canceled out here.
Why did Rokadaki even hypnotize Nezuko? We've already seen that she won't attack humans of her own volition, have her be an actual character and learn sign language so she can communicate with people. Nezuko being hypnotized destroyed her character.
But no, she's just hypnotized.
Rengoku doesn't have a personal vendetta against Tanjiro or anything like that.
No, he doesn't need to.
Yeah.
He could just go, hey, this is a demon. You're harboring a demon. Cut her head off. Kill him.
And look at here, pimp. I'm under orders to not kill you. I want to. Nothing has changed.
I'm under orders not to kill the demon.
And you for harboring him and bringing that demon onto the train with a bunch of people. I want to. I'm not gonna. But that tells you something about his character. Not just is done. It is... Orders are orders, so I will not do this, but if they weren't orders, heads would be rolling. All your mothers would be dead. Indiscriminately.
Now, credit where credit is due. One of Rengoku's characteristics is that he's a very direct character. He doesn't hold back when he's talking. So you could chalk this up to that aspect of his character. But we're also going to see that he's an extremely kind and caring person. Wanting to kill Tanjiro without giving him a chance to explain himself kind of goes against that.
By the time we meet Rengoku and the other Hashira, we already have, or are supposed to have, a firm understanding that demons are pretty fucking bad. We've seen all sorts of horrible things that...
Okay, but he said kill Tanjiro for harboring it.
Mm-hmm. And again, I don't believe that there's never been a single other demon that he has seen or heard about where it's just like they don't want to do this. They're fine.
And Gyu's there, who saw Nezuko
Nezuko 2 years ago and never said anything? I never thought about that.
the demons have done.
There's no need for a trial. Protecting a demon is clearly against corpse rule. Let's lop off his head along with the demons. Flame Hashira Rengoku. You don't get a say in this. You brought a demon here dead. I'm a very kind person, but you got to go.
I one time came up with an ability for one of my characters to data mine phones and electronics and listen to everything on them. The weakness was the person would get overloaded like ADHD.
Hey, weaknesses and stories are very good. I'm actually writing a story based around powers with weaknesses.
Hashira, the pinnacle of the demon slayer.
Oh, Eric even drew one of the characters. It was a very nice drawing.
We've seen all sorts of horrible things that the demons have done. For a Hashira,
oh,
the
betting is
pinnacle
not
of the demon
open.
slayers, how is it far-fetched that their first response would be to kill a demon? Why would they feel the need to ask questions or explain anything?
Pause. Well, yeah, why do they need to feel... Why would they feel the need to ask questions or do anything? Chapter 45. This is the Demon Slayers Corp headquarters, and you, Tanjiro, are about to be put on trial, says the Poison Hashira. Yeah, why would they question anything? Why did they question something you should be asking? You don't get to say that why would they? They should just kill them. When there are people going, no, let's hear you out. They say that.
It's that Control-Alt-Delete comic of trying to explain yourself and then guilty death. That's all it is.
So yeah. They are questioning these things. At least one of them is questioning this. So you can't say, why would they? They are doing this because they have customs.
Nezuko losing her memories could easily be fixed if she was hit on her head before becoming a good demon. Even if that, the whole she's of the special, blah, 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 she ate the flower, blah, 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 blah. It seems like demons retain their memory and then slowly lose them over time. I don't know why hers was such a hard cutoff. I don't remember anymore. Because even when she starts getting her faculties back, she doesn't remember Tanjiro like that.
Yeah.
And on top of that, she doesn't retain the information that she learned while she was just strictly demon before she could talk. Because she doesn't know Zenitsu's name. She's calling him Inosuke because Inosuke said, that's Zenitsu, that's Inosuke, and all this.
It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Didn't Giyu literally forget about Tanjiro and Nezuko when they reunited? Is that what happened? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's dumb.
It's not far-fetched that they want to kill Nezuko. It's far-fetched that they do a 180 and not harbor any more feelings.
Yeah, it's so ill defined right here and now. It is let's do a trial. No, let's just kill him. No, actually she's good. Look, she's good, and nobody. It's just like Dunzo. We don't get any sort of more pushback. We don't get any sort of inner monologue from Sound Man. There's nothing other than, I think Wind Man has one further thing, but that's just not enough.
What makes Demon Slayer so painfully mid yet Black Clover gets a pass? I don't know why, but I want to hear it from you. Black Clover does not get a pass. It's gotten progressively worse in the later arcs. Before then, it was fine. It was a good series because there was a lot of characterization, a lot of difference with powers, a lot of explanations of the powers. We had people that could do the same things, but it was clear why one was better than the other. The issues come from things like the random power-ups because a book unlocked or some things like that. That's ridiculous.
Every single demon they've come across is evil. Nezuko is a unique circumstance, and it takes the equivalent of two Hashira putting in their good words, the orders of their leader, and a demonstration of Nezuko refusing human blood for them to begrudgingly leave her alone.
And so what does that mean? So imagine somebody kills a bunch of black people, and two judges are like, I acquit them. I think they're good.
Let Nezuko have her own mindset and slowly have her memories come back and reflect on her current state as a demon. Even that would have been better and improve her bond with Tanjiro.
Absolutely.
But no, we don't get that.
Let's not even say that. Let's say this particular race has always killed everybody else. Here, this person acquits them, this person acquits them. Does that mean you as an individual that works in that court can go, I forgive everything, I apologize? Or can you say, it's bullshit, but I'm gonna follow orders and not kill them?
He says it's begrudgingly, but we see no evidence of that other than Snake and Wind. There's no evidence of that.
It is entirely reasonable for the Hashira to act the way that they do, and it doesn't contradict Rengoku being kind and caring whatsoever.
He outright apologizes for this.
Yeah. Poison Lady, what's her name? Shinobu goes, there is a trial that needs to go on, and he is the first person to go, no trial, head off. Let's hear him out. No, I'm super kind, but no,
the rules are the rules. Head off. And it's not like he should stop that head off mentality, but here he is stopping that head off mentality.
Contradict Rengoku being kind and caring whatsoever. From here, Mack gives a basic rundown of Rengoku's role throughout the arc, with a few jokes and jabs that just aren't worth commenting on.
Now, in terms of Rengoku's character writing, he's really not that bad.
You just said he was terribly written. Now he isn't that bad? Make up your mind, man.
He's not good either. He's an incredibly boring character.
Boring has nothing to do with quality.
He's a generic good boy, a lot like Tanjiro in many ways, but I don't actively hate him like Zenitsu. The real problem with Rengoku is how he is utilized in this story. Throughout the arc, Rengoku puts a lot of faith in Tanjiro and his boys, while Rengoku focuses on protecting the humans riding the train. That is, until they defeat the demon and the train derails. This is the first time an upper-ranked demon appears in the stories, so of course he has to make an impression. Rengoku is on his own to fight the demon, at least at first, and he puts up a pretty good fight. The demon clearly has the upper hand, but Rengoku knows he can't back down or Tanjiro and the other humans will die. So he fights on, for as long as he can. But the strength of one human only amounts to so much. I'm sorry. I meant the strength of one human only amounts to so much when they aren't the main character.
This is such a strange comment. You are giving a summary of his role and are accurate, but then you have to take a jab at what exactly? That Tanjiro is...
Let him explain. Because he's already noted that Tanjiro took out an upper demon, even if it was the assistant role. He got the head cut off part. Rengoku could not, even though Rengoku is categorically stronger. What's up?
Explain yourself, you baby!
Oh, it might be my phone.
The state of you. The state of you.
This is important. That a main character is in fact a main character and likely not going to die randomly.
Oh, that's not what he said. He said the strength of one human can only do so much. Oh, I'm sorry, unless you're the main character.
There are situations where Tanjiro should have died. He was up against a girl who has factually killed Hashira, and he was not killed. That makes no sense.
What a useless comment.
As Rengoku bleeds out of his donut hole, he thinks back to his childhood. He remembers a lesson his mother taught him about how people who are born strong have a duty to protect those that are weaker than them. With his remaining strength, he tries to kill the demon, but it isn't enough. The demon escapes as the sun rises because it sure would be inconvenient if the demon could still fight after killing Rengoku.
I suppose you could make that kind of argument.
He did.
But I don't feel the sun rising counts as convenient.
It's literally convenient. The f are you talking about? It's not convoluted, but it's absolutely convenient that the sun starts to rise right as Rengoku is basically finished, and the demon would kill all the rest of them.
If it happened 5 minutes before, Rengoku would still be alive. If it happened 5 minutes after, then everybody else would be dead. That's why it's convenient. There's nothing wrong with conveniences. But it is, you can still count them out, call them out, and explain why you think they're bad, and we can weigh and balance that stuff.
But to just say it's not convenient is an outright lie.
It's literally convenient. As Triton says, the sun comes up the moment he's gonna die. 1 minute later, dead, 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 and then he runs away. It is extraordinarily convenient.
Make that kind of argument, but I don't feel the sun rising counts as convenient. I mean, the entire arc occurs in one night. Is it?
Yes, and it just so happened that it happened right before the sun
I love
rose.
how Rengoku remembers a lesson about the strong protecting the weak. When his introduction is him wanting to kill a weakened
Yeah, but he broke the rules, so head off. Like, how could you not? Okay, it happened throughout the night, but it's very convenient that it just so happened that if they got on the train at 10 p.m. and the sun rises at 4:47, that the fight took 6 hours and 45 minutes to do. That's just very convenient.
I would not say that, man, it sure is convenient. Well, I would say this is convenient for them to rock up on like Dressrosa the day that the plan is about to be enacted.
Yes, that is convenient.
Yes, that is absolutely convenient. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's super convenient as well that they rock up as soon as they're going, hey, let's kill Vegapunk. Yes, that is convenient. I'm not gonna say no, that's not convenient. It's like, no, that absolutely is. There's no argument there. Any day of the week, this could have happened, but it happens right now when the straw has come down. Any other minute and everything changes. 1 minute before, 1 minute after, everything changes. So it is convenient that he needs to run away as the sun is rising when he killed one person and nobody else. Didn't maim anybody, barely threatened anybody, and he just dips. That is the definition. Why couldn't Rengoku heal breathe himself? Because his tummy
is too big.
It's too big. The girth.
I could see if it was just like he hit my lung, so I can't. But it's just like, nah, I'm finished. I'm cooked. I'm cooked, Tani. Tani, I'm cooked. Dang, I got off that train and I got cooked. Tani, I'm cooked. Tani, I'm cooked. They got my lungs, Tani.
Like, well, where's this coming from? Tani? Are they that close? They're making nicknames?
Just convenient. I mean, the entire arc occurs in one night. Is it really hard to believe the sun would be coming up after everything? Besides,
Yes.
Akaza still has a lasting impact from his involvement.
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant to what he just said. It's convenient the sun rolls.
Rengoku is dead.
Before kicking the bucket for good, Rengoku offers some advice to Tanjiro and his friends. He tells them not to give up and to keep fighting. He tells them that he believes in their strength, and he knows they'll be able to become Hashira themselves someday. Finally, he sees a vision of his late mother and asks her if he was able to use his strength well. She tells him he did, giving him a feeling of relief as he breathes his last breath. Here's why
Nobody's
Rengoku's death
listening
doesn't
to you, you cuck.
work. We did not know Rengoku long enough for his death to be meaningful. What Gotoge is trying to do here is to introduce a character right before they get killed and then try to convince us that their death is meaningful.
I don't really like the idea of putting a time frame on a character before they become likable. I'm not
Absolutely.
firm on-
But I don't think that was given enough to Rengoku. What do we got? We got the Umai. He's a nice guy. He protects people, and then he died.
Yeah.
This is not the herald that it's supposed to be. There's no time frame, but there is a degree of likability that you should have to make us care about him. And I don't think that that was done enough. It does not differentiate him from any other just nice, strong guy.
It's like in, and this is spoilers for Harry Potter. In Harry Potter, Remus Lupin is introduced in the third book. You see him throughout. You see him helping Harry, all this stuff, and then he dies in the seventh book. That's enough of a time frame for you to know who Remus Lupin is. He had a little bit of a character moment in the seventh book, 2 character moments in the seventh book. That's enough time to go, okay, we have spent time growing and learning about this character. Introducing a thing and then getting rid of the thing in the same arc, resolving the thing, whatever. It's the Super Saiyan thing where this is the legend that has happened for millennia ago. And now we're learning about it now, and it's shown now.
Rengoku is a foodie just like me.
What?
Happy face. I can see myself. Open mouth smile.
Relatability. But yeah, the thing is, we just don't know enough about Rengoku. And if people think that they can care about him based upon what they saw, absolutely. You rock that out. I do not care about this person.
I personally do not feel like we were given enough time to care about this character.
We did not get enough of his personality. We did not see how he reacts in certain situations. All we got is the Umai, and he is the template for a Hashira. Protect, strong, kill, die. I don't think that's enough.
The f***ing dog.
Senor Pink destroys. There is no competition with Pink. There is none. Like, I'm a big fan of getting information that allows you to reinterpret what happened before. Mm-hmm. So something like the Umai thing, it could have been like, I grew up insanely poor. I didn't have food, so I savor every piece of food that I get.
Or even like not savoring the food, but his mom had to use garbage scraps to feed them. So to make her feel better, he said it was all delicious.
Yeah. Something like that. And it has to be good, because Demon Slayer does do that with the demons dying and all that stuff. But it's just, oh yeah, we were both a brother and sister, and then she died and I died, and then here we are. It's like, that's not really enough.
And Blanca, it's funny because we get those same arguments levied against us of not letting people finish their point. But again, like I said in the previous one, it's different because we do not know when it ends. We do not know what you're about to say next. We do not know if your point is fully 100% finished. We can only go by what we heard and if we have something to say about it. This is a video Zeleros has watched, I would assume, multiple times to write a script out to go against it, and he's still not letting the entire point go through.
Wasn't his dad a demon slayer? He should have money. Yeah, we can tweak a couple of things in order for it to come true. That's all I'm saying. Just make it make sense, other than if he's just a Umai guy.
That stance, but I feel it's
Ivana, we see the text. Don't worry about it.
We've seen them. However, it's interesting to say that the writer is trying to convince us that the death is meaningful. I'd argue what makes Rengoku's death meaningful is more about his actions and the person he was rather than the death itself. People like Rengoku because of who he is, and the message he leaves
Who
Tanjiro...
is he? I was just about to ask that. Who is he? Who is he versus Tanjiro?
The message that he leaves Tanjiro, would he leave that to anybody? He doesn't know Tanjiro personally, so these are just empty platitude words of, you guys are strong, you're good, good job, right?
You protected the people. Thumbs up. If I could raise my arms. But I'm cooked.
Nobody's
I'm looking at it
listening to
now.
You cuck.
He mentions the Hinokami Kagura, but
What?
yeah, there's nothing directly just like your spirit, blah blah blah. Nothing like that.
Your spirit.
These are just platitudes that he would give to anybody, and he's just saying it. It doesn't matter. It's not related to Tanjiro because he doesn't know Tanjiro. He has seen Tanjiro's actions essentially from afar because he did the train stuff where he couldn't see him. So what does he know about Tanjiro to lay down this super life lesson that makes Tanjiro go, I will go visit your family. I will become a Hashira in your name. I will have your hilt. There's not that connection. So as he's crying and going, Rengoku, we've had 10 chapters and 2 of which Rengoku and Tanjiro have interacted, and we have to feel sorry for Tanjiro for seeing Rengoku die? There's no connection to Rengoku and Tanjiro other than just this nebulous thing, this baseline thing that could happen with any Demon Slayer to any Demon Slayer. And then this dude just dies in a way where we haven't, I'm only speaking for myself, I haven't as an audience had enough time to attach to him in any meaningful way.
I feel like we had homework.
We did not. I looked.
Okay.
Well, you had homework, but I didn't.
What, the YouTuber things?
Yes.
I did it last week with you.
Okay.
Yeah, if anything, I'll just change it up when I need to.
You can't introduce a character for one arc and expect people to care. I think that you can. I think that there just wasn't enough time with Rengoku because this is a shorter arc as well. Because Pink was introduced in Dressrosa and he had his conclusion in Dressrosa. Can absolutely be done. Yeah. But this just wasn't enough time with Rengoku. As he's dying, he's just like, my mama says, like, I don't give a shit about your mama, homie. Come on. And everybody just go, dang, Rengoku sure was great.
What homework did you give us, Triton? Oh, are you talking about that message in the chat? I don't.
But yeah, there people just.
Sir Gaming XL says, Tanny, I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
Tanny, help! Do the fire thing, Tanny! What are you doing? Help me! Dude, Beast Man, help! Tell Tony to help! No, help me! Does he know it's like that?
Is this just his character trait? Is this a personality thing? I don't feel comfortable with this. I don't know that man. Has he got a hole in him now? Oh my goodness. We should help.
Yo, he got cooked.
No, tell my story. What's your story? We're not like that.
My mama said.
But yeah, the chapter ends with all the Hashira just going, oh no, in Rengoku, when we have not seen them interacting with Rengoku, to the point where the mangaka had to do an extra story, an extra page thing, where they're just like, here's how Love Hashira feels about everybody. Here's how Wind Hashira feels about everybody. We don't see these character interactions, so you have to put it in an extra page blurb thing for everybody. So I feel nothing when I see these characters who I don't know crying about this other character that I don't know. It's fabricated to the degree that I can't feel anything.
Because he wants Tanjiro and his friends to find motivation in the death of someone they cared about without having to kill off an established character.
Is it inherently bad writing to have a character specifically meant to be killed for motivation?
I think that it is to introduce a character specifically to die for motivation in essentially.
I don't think it's poor. I think it's lazy. But continue.
But it is in the arc that he is essentially introduced. We get everything that we need, and he dies. And it's a 12, 13 chapter thing. It's not focused on him. He doesn't do anything impactful for our characters outside of saving them, which all Hashira would have done in that situation. There is no connection between these people. It's not like there's a relationship. I knew your father. There's nothing there other than you are a young Hashira, sun breather, bleh. I don't think that it's particularly good to do that in this way. It can be done well. Absolutely, because everything can be done well. But in this situation, no, it was not, because there's no relationship between these two. So there's no reason why Tanjiro should be all rah-rah Rengoku. And Rengoku is like, Tani, come on over here and hear my final words. Tani, I'm getting cooked.
I wouldn't say so, but it seems like something worth discussing rather than shrugging off.
I mean, Gotoge isn't going to kill off Zenitsu.
He is discussing it. What do you think he's doing here? He said that this is not an established character, so he's killing off a character that he essentially introduced here and now to make you feel something. He's not going to kill off an established character like No. He's going to kill off in Rengoku. This is the worst. Over familial and Rengoku just doling out nicknames like it's nothing.
He says, Tanny, my BFF forever. Are you seeing my dead mother right now?
Tanny, you see that bit right there? That's my mama. Mama, this is my friend Tani. My friend and student Tani. I taught him everything I know, Mama. I did like you told me. I taught Tani like you told me to do. You said one day there would be a boy named Tani that you would teach, and I did, Mama. He's crying over there talking about his mom. What's going on here? I'm so proud. This is all I ever want. I can die so proud. Tani, carry my legacy. My spirit lives in you, Tani. It's your turn, Tani. Grow strong. No, I know we've had our disagreements, but I forgive you. This ain't the time for that. Only familiar in deathbed Rengoku is killing me. We need to get off of this Rengoku.
It's like something worth discussing rather than shrugging off.
I mean, Gotoge isn't going to kill off Zenitsu, God forbid. Where would the series be without Zenitsu? So instead, we get Rengoku. And it's shit because Rengoku was written to be missed. What do I mean by that? I called Rengoku a generic good boy earlier, and that's what I'm talking about. We as the audience are supposed to see Rengoku and say, oh my goodness, he's such a sweet boy. He cares so much about people and he believes in Tanjiro. That way when he gets fisted, we're supposed to react with, no, not Rengoku, he's such a sweet boy. He cares so much about people and he believes in Tanjiro.
Once again, this is an incredibly reductive way of describing the story.
Yes, but it's what happened.
Yes.
I understand it is absolutely reductive. It's reductive in the way, go to island, fight thing, injustice on island, leave island. It is reductive, but it is what happened.
MF Curry says, Tanny, I got donuts.
I got donut. Why? I'm donut Rengoku. Oh
Oh, man.
I'd sooner call it condensed than reductive. Sure, you can call it condensed. It is definitely shorthand of what happens.
Yeah.
But again, it is what happens. It's funny, Huggers, because we don't smoke.
Yeah.
I'll eat an edible every now and then, but we are not partakers of the Mary Jane.
I imbibe nothing that incapacitate? No.
Ivana, since DA is about to go to the bathroom, I'm going to read your message, but we see your message. If you keep spamming, I will time you out. Like, we see it. It's also been more interesting if, oh god, I hit the escape key when I was doing stuff. It also would have been more interesting if she did have all her memories at first, but slowly losing them over time. Somebody else said that. But it has a time limit for turning his sister back to normal. Say that demons can heal quicker compared to humans, but human blood can instantly heal any injuries. Nezuko refuses to consume any blood, even when Tanjiro offers her some of his own. That's very much the like Blade does that a lot, where it's a moment of peril. I know you don't drink blood, but drink some of my blood so you can be stronger. Smoking is good. I have no problem with smoking. Yeah. I've smoked before. I have no issues with it. It's just, it's not something I seek out. It's not something I do. It's not something where I'm sitting around just like, yo, I want to smoke. It's not something I'll go over to somebody's house just to smoke.
I'll never look down on anybody for doing anything, but just don't push it on me. That's all I say.
Curry, Kaguya-sama is and I love it with all my heart.
I'm on your ass.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm so hurt. Can we please stop?
Can we please stop with Rengoku?
Teddy, Zenny, B, help! I'm getting pieced up. Teddy, my boy, my brother, help me! Yeah, Trayvon, I thought so.
Let's look at the beginning of the arc. Some of his first lines are criticizing himself. His subordinate is praising him, but he denies it.
Chris
He mentions how
Schultz says, can character development be done while getting donutted?
Absolutely!
Remember my story, Teddy? Tell them all! Tell them how I fought gallantly and I killed the number 3 demon! Tell them!
Criticizing himself. His subordinate is praising him, but he denies it. He mentions how his work was only after the demon had fled. We see him being humble by playing off the praise.
When?
It's also an example of the standard he holds for his work, not willing to accept a job being done well enough if he didn't get there in time.
Pause. This is anime only.
Are we talking about the anime only?
This is 100% anime only. I am not addressing this.
Oh, really?
Because I didn't watch it.
I did, but I don't care. Overly familial Rengoku is killing me over here.
Helping to save a woman's life. Moving a little bit ahead, as we
Pause.
saw...
And the purpose of that was to make you feel more for this character, to show you more of it outside of the Tanjiro stuff.
Yes.
This is now this character doing actions, making his own choices, and you get to see that, so you feel more for him. What do we get otherwise? He's eating, he does one flame thing where he kills a demon, he helps out on the train, he fights Akaza, he dies. That's all we get. But otherwise, we get a full episode in this character's face. So of course you're gonna feel more for him, because that's what the purpose was. He didn't get enough before, so now he gets enough now with this episode.
When I heard when you two talked about Mike's fridge, oh no, I almost had it. Talking about Mike's fridge, I imagine it was his wife. Oh, it's definitely not. It might be DSP's, but it's not Mike's. Please, Tanny, place my hilt on your sword.
I bequeath my hilt to you, Tanny. You're the only one that can wield it.
It's been passed down for generations, Tanny, and now it's yours.
Become a Hashira for me, Tanny.
Tanny, please become a Hashira for me.
This is our dream, Tanny.
Remember growing up, Tanny? We talked about this for so long. I'm sorry I made it before you, but it's your time, Tanny.
Tanny is Tanjiro. And this is overly familiar deathbed Rengoku.
Just doling out nicknames like Tanny, Zenny, and No. Tanny, I spent $50K on this animation here. Have it.
Wow, that is so many layers.
At the Hashira meeting, Rengoku gets straight to the point. He walks up to the elderly woman and her grandchild working at a
I
food
do
stand
not
and
care
outright
about this.
asks
This
if
is
they see
insane.
demons. This shocks the other demon slayer.
I
with him
do
and
not
lets the
care.
child
This is
uncomfortable.
insane.
She throws food in his face, to which his response is to eat it and exclaim how
Great.
delicious.
This is filler.
Oh yeah, no, that was 100% the anime stuff.
This is
I remember
filler.
that.
This is 100% filler. Yeah, because that was with Anime Wins. He talked about
Yep.
that.
This is
this
bush.
is filler. This is not what Captain Mack is talking about.
This did not happen in the manga.
And it did happen in the anime because nothing equivalent happened in the manga to make us care enough. So now we get to see how he acts when people don't believe him, when he do believe him, when he kills a demon, how he has to act around him. We get to see all of that other than just this 12 chapter death thing.
Was he on about something that happened in the anime only?
Yeah. It's 100% fine if you don't understand what's going on here because this is anime only stuff.
This doesn't seem like much, but we can already begin to glean information about Rengoku as a character.
Based on the
He
anime.
just comes right out and asks about any potential demon sightings, without a thought on how that might be taken by people. He
In
is
the
upfront,
anime.
but he doesn't have to speak in the way he does. He could ask if they've seen anything
Try to name
suspicious.
more.
You are...
Tanny, I died doing the big pretty.
Tanny, you see that? That was awesome, wasn't it, Tanny? He's just swinging sword. I don't...
You know these effects aren't real, right? I mean, I can see.
Floosh, Tanny!
He's just making the noise with his
Look at the fire! Let this fire be your guiding light, Tanny!
Only you can do it with your water, Tanny. I learned flame specifically for you, Tanny. The message only you and Gyu can read.
Or something along those lines. Instead, he just comes right out with it. Being seemingly so oblivious.
This is insane.
He is explaining something that happened legitimately only in the anime.
And he's not giving any sort of extrapolation on it. He's just saying what's happening. And I appreciate him saying what happened because I don't know because it's anime only filler stuff.
This is specifically for you.
Yes, you're saying that we get all of these aspects of these characters because it was put there for that reason. Not in the manga naturally understanding and explaining this character. No, people like this character. They didn't get enough of them. Put them in.
DA started with Tanny, and then I said no, and now it's just overly familial. Death Brand Rengoku. Fire and water, see the potential chemistry, Tanny? I'm proud of you, Tanny. I'm proud of your episode 19, Tanny. Set your heart ablaze. Blaze where? Believe in me who believes in you, Tanny. Only you can cool my heat, Tanny. Is he talking Give this hat back to me when you become a great pirate, Tanny.
It's not even our series.
What is he talking about? Find the One Piece, Tanny is real. What are we doing here? Gather the Dragon Ball, Tanny. Wish me back, Tanny.
Manga made the anime only scene that counts as canon.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, he's insane for talking about this stuff. But it's excusable because he doesn't know what's filler and what's canon because he's an anime only. So he sees it, he claps, and he's going, what are you talking about? There is plenty of Rengoku. Look
There's characterization that we get before we even see him on the train with the rest of them.
Go to the Soul Society, Daddy.
Become Hokage, Daddy. You have to defeat Frieza, Daddy. For us, Daddy. He took out our people, Daddy.
How people would react implies a level of social awkwardness. This is reinforced later in the train car, when he continuously screams.
See, it's reinforced because you saw footage that is not actual canon to the story of Demon Slayer. It's not reinforced in the train. It is introduced in the train, and then he dies.
Is retroactively reinforcing it by adding this scene before this happened, because they know what's happening later, so they can just go, we can introduce this earlier for it to make more sense later. But that's not in the manga. We do. It is completely excusable for Captain Mack to not know about this if he's a manga only. It's completely excusable for him to not talk about it because it's not a manga scene. It's completely. Yep. we of course. That's the logical conclusion. Oh. How did we got so long?
Yeah, because we keep going on these Tanny spiel. Getting the robot Tanny.
Oblivious to how awkward it's making people feel. Shortly after, he chases the demon back to the train station.
This is
They
insane.
challenge him to see who is faster. Rengoku calmly states that there is no need, blitzing the demon and cutting his head off, and says that they were slow.
100% anime only.
Insult that they were slow as more of him being up front, but it can tell us more than that. We see that Rengoku does not fuck around. He takes his job.
Curry says, "Stand crowd, Kenny, you are strong."
Very seriously. There is no competition.
Tanny, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Tanny?
No banter. He shuts the demon down in an instant. It also shows us his disdain for demons. He insults the demon right as they are defeated, feeling they deserve no respect whatsoever. Right after the demon is defeated, the old lady recalls being saved by Demon Slayer. And
I hope
the
that he
way
feels
Rengoku moves
embarrassed
and
by
sheathes
this.
his blade is identical to the one who saved her years prior. It turns out it was his father, but this also tells us a little bit about Rengoku.
I hope,
exactly the
because
way his
all
father
of
did.
this stuff is purely anime only. He's not talking about
It's
what happened
pure
on the
filler.
train. He's not talking about him protecting the people on the train. He's not talking about him trusting Tanjiro to defeat the Dream Demon. None of that. He's talking about this one anime only episode, which was specifically designed for this.
Yes, retroactively giving him all this stuff. Oh, your father's hilt and all this. Retroactively.
He looks so happy at the very least.
Of course, Tanny's with him.
Danny's always with him.
Yeah, that's gonna replace this one in the fang corner. Oh, dude, Tanny's killing me. Oh, I gotta go back to the.
Somebody thought they were the same person, showing Rengoku's respect for his heritage. He is prideful of where he comes
I'm
from.
glad we can
and
just
is keen
skip
on
through
honoring his
all of
duty.
this and not stick
This is just
around
the
with
beginning
it.
of the arc too, and we can still gather plenty of information about Rengoku as a person. We can really take away.
It's not filler if the creator of the manga wanted it in. It's canon filler at that point. Then
It's not in the manga. It is not the mangaka's. It's not their words. It's not their actions. They are just signing off on. I agree that you should put this in here. This does not contradict anything that I have written. This does not cause any further problems. There's nothing here. So yes, you may do a Rengoku episode. That is not coming from the mangaka. This is not the mangaka's Rengoku. This is the anime studio's interpretation of what Rengoku is.
At best, you might be able to say that it's like a Toriyama thing where they gave cliff notes of what they wanted to do with Rengoku and weren't able to do for time or whatever. At best, you could give it that, and then the anime studio just did the thing. I can remove that now. Yes, the timer's done.
He hungers for host says, "Tanny, if you use that much nen, you will die."
A lot of information about a character by the way they speak or present themselves. I think the dub of the anime is a great example of how small things can tell us drastically different characteristics. Let's look at the same scene, but in the dub version. In the dub, Rengoku says that he accepts the challenge. He wishes the demon good luck, and then declares himself the winner after cutting the demon's head off.
Amazing.
He's presenting himself completely differently.
Pause. And he's also, and now he's also just doing dub things. which the dub can change things.
Yeah,
they can.
There's a whole thing right now of sub versus dub literal translation bullshit.
So now you're just going, it's so far removed from the mangaka's intention that is his anime only episode and is run through a translator who then takes it to a writer who then takes it to a director who then sends it off to the voice actor. This is so far away from what is written on the page of the manga. I do not think that you can use a dubism to say that this man has personality, because this was not the intention. This is something that was added on. It's not the same.
He's presenting himself completely differently. He is playful, wishing luck toward the demon. He has to say that he won, as if it really was a race, and that he is sort of showing off to the demon. This gives the audience a far more playful character. In the sub, we are shown a...
Yeah, Carlo, the creator of Bleach approved the 1,000-Year Blood War anime and it made it better. Absolutely. This makes Rengoku better. We're not saying it didn't make him better. Mm-hmm. We're not saying it made him worse or anything. We're saying you cannot count this as a character thing of Rengoku when this is not what the creator originally did. You can make anything better if you have the information, completed information at hand, and then going, all right, let's retroactively make this character make more sense. Let's retroactively make this character a little better by showing these things. Let's retroactively make this plot point a little bit better because we have all the information at hand. So in the Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War, things that didn't make sense cannot make sense.
Would you lose? Rengoku responds with a smile and said, "Nah, I'd win."
More serious character.
What?
It's only a handful of lines, but just a few lines can make the world of a difference. Presentation.
Yeah, it can make the world of a difference. So you cannot say, no, he does have personality. If you watch the anime, specifically in the dub, you got to go through both of those different layers. If you just pick up the manga, it's not in there, but it is in the anime. Okay, yeah, I watched the anime. It's not in there. Did you watch it dub? No, I didn't. Oh, you got to watch it dub for it to be in there. That makes no sense. No.
So you can't go to the original source. You have to go to a interpretation of the source, a adaptation of the source, and then you have to go into interpretation of the source with a dub. You're like 5 layers removed from the fake source, which is read the manga.
Did Zell use the Japanese dub of Ruby? Goodness gracious. Hello, help that man.
The world of a difference.
He's written so that we as the audience are sad about his death. But this is a terrible approach. Rengoku, like Tanjiro, is a flawless character, which means he's boring for the same reasons.
The dude literally dies. He is so perfect that he lost?
No. He's talking about personality-wise. He's saying that there is nothing that makes him unlikable to anybody around him. He doesn't have any impulsivities. He doesn't make any wrong mistakes or any wrong decisions or anything like that.
As an audience member, what is there to dislike about Rengoku?
What could you say? I do not like this negative personality trait or this negative action that Rengoku has taken.
Carlo, there's no problem with the anime adding to Rengoku's story. Mm-hmm. The issue is using it as proof of what Rengoku is.
Yeah, you can't say Rengoku is better if you have to look over here. It's not in the manga. It is not the author's intention. This is, we need to make Rengoku either more likable or people like Rengoku, so we're going to add more stuff to it.
After I win this battle, let's get some ice cream and go.
Does he see what? Does he know? Does he? Uh-oh, he's delusional now. Let's do that.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it, Rengoku. It's ready. It's cool.
But yeah, it is him going, you have to look at it over here. It'd be like going, man, I don't really like the fact that Zoro and Sanji never really have a drag down fight, just a knockdown, drag out fight. And then you go, well, they did in the filler. It's like, that's not in the manga. That's count. Just something that somebody said. It's just filler. And you can watch filler, you can like filler, but don't use filler to try to convince somebody of something. That's the biggest thing. Rengoku is a good character. We did get all this stuff in the anime, in this filler episode, in the dub specifically.
Yeah, it'd be like if let's just say let's just say that it's you get a character for a chapter, and then the anime goes, oh no, we're gonna put that character in for 50 episodes.
Explain yourself, you baby.
Well, yes, you have a lot more in those 50 episodes to flesh out that character and do a lot more with them. But that's not what the character is, even if the series creator goes, check, cool.
Walter White,
Wizard
Gus.
Tanny.
What do all these characters have in common? They are incredibly flawed characters that the audience loves despite their imperfection. Because flawed characters are relatable. You, as the audience, can relate to Kratos' self-hatred, or Walt's selfishness, or Guts' rage. And even though they sometimes do terrible things, you root for them because you want to believe that they can overcome their flaws. Because that means you can overcome your flaws.
We relate to self-hatred, selfishness, or rage.
People do relate to those things. Absolutely.
You can also want to see these, this isn't his argument, but you can also want to see these characters overcome that thing. Again, the relatability thing, I don't necessarily agree with it.
Yes.
I don't
agree with it at all.
It is a shorthand, I believe, for his larger arguments. But there are things that you can point to with flaws like that where you can better attach to a character other than them just being a very nice
and want better for them because you want better for yourself. Well, most people look at the anime. Absolutely, most people look at the anime. But it's like going, I'm using proof of what happens in the movie as opposed to what happened in the books. Like that, no, you can't be doing that shit.
Let's just put it like this. Captain Mack's argument is not related to the anime. It's not related to that filler episode. But he's using that filler episode as proof. So you have to go, yes, I read all of the manga. Then you go, well, you get more of Rengoku over here. You shouldn't have to go over there for more Rengoku. Why is it not simply in the manga? That's what we should be asking. And that's what the biggest issue is. It's not just simply the fact.
XL says, Rengoku in the afterlife, yes, Tanny. Use our fire to defeat that.
This is our flame!
What the fuck are you talking about? You are making an incredibly massive assumption about the contents of people's character based on a fundamental misunderstanding of why they like a fictional character.
No, some people will like it for these specific reasons. I relate to that. I want to see better for that character because I see parts of myself in them and I want to see better for myself. Are you saying that there are not people out there like that?
Maybe we relate to these characters because their struggles are well realized. Not that.
No, what do you relate to then?
Yeah.
You empathize with the characters at that point. What do you relate to that their struggles are well realized?
What Rengoku's struggle is well realized. Why should we like Rengoku other than he is a super nice person?
Carlo, do you have a interview or something where the creator said, I did think of this for Rengoku, but did not have time to put it into the series. So when the anime came around, I was finally able to do that type of thing. Because that's what happened with Big
Fairy
Daddy.
Tail.
And it happened in Fairy Tail too?
Yeah, there was a doll arc.
Yeah, and that's what happened with Big Daddy in One Piece, where they couldn't put in how Usopp got his goggles for time restraints, so they put it in the anime. I think even the Sanji cooking thing was part of that.
Cook it up!
Not that necessarily, but...
Well, that was in the dub, but we have to use that too.
Yeah, Big Daddy.
we go through exactly what the character wants. I don't know about you, but I try not to be a selfish person, because that's a bad thing.
But people are selfish.
Yes.
Even if you try not to be a selfish person, there will be times where you do a selfish thing. Where even just going, hey, I want to go get pizza. No, I'm not in the mood for pizza. I want burgers. That is technically a selfish thing right there. Anything you don't just 100% go along with at all times is a selfish thing.
There have been times where I've had $1, but I have not given it to a homeless person. That is a selfish thing, but it's just like, I just don't feel like being bothered.
I'm starting another comment war after this.
Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, the guy that gave Usopp his glasses.
Yes, his goggles. No, Bleach 100%. I'm talking about
Bleach. No, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, Kubo did not. It is categorically he was sick. He was hurt. He did not have the time to do the things he wanted to do. When the anime came around, he finally got to put those things in. 100%. That's what happened there. I'm talking about when Rengoku. I'm talking about Demon Slayer.
I certainly don't relate to Walter White for his selfishness. Instead, his character is consistent, and we see his journey, so I fully understand.
His character is not consistent because it changes frequently.
Delicious.
And part of what makes him great is the inconsistencies of his character. Because he's trying his hardest to be a good person, but he keeps doing all these bad, evil things on the drop of a dime. And you have to think, is that who he is? Or is the man, the sweet man, beneath who he is? So when the... and spoilers for the end of... Oh, are you going to watch Breaking Bad?
Yeah, but I'm going to forget it.
Nah, I'm going to skip it then.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to skip it. Because all it takes is... All it takes is one weird connection in your mind and you'll remember it forever. So I'm just not even gonna. Can we stop the relatability bush? It will never stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, Walter is incredibly complex. But again, he's consistent in his inconsistencies. If that's what you're talking about, sure. But he's an inconsistent person. Come on, Walty, we need to cook up some meth, Walty.
And how he ends up where he does, and how he makes decisions. That's why he's a good character.
No. That has nothing to do with the consistencies of his character. We see the actions that happened to him and around him that allowed him to become the person he becomes. That's different from his character being a consistent character.
I like how he argues with Captain Mack just going, your definition of a bad character.
My special.
You are my friend.
He's thinking somebody else is opening.
But he's talking about in how Captain Mack defines a bad character, but then he just goes, no, but this is a good character. That's what makes him a good character.
Yes. These things are the things that make him a good character and why we relate to the character. How dare you implant what you believe people will relate to the character?
The question mark.
Oh, God.
Oh, man.
Whew. Hey. Oh, God.
And Tanny is amazing.
And you know the saddest thing? It's gonna live and die here.
Yeah. And that's fine.
There's no reason for us to ever bring up this thing ever again.
Unless we do because we're gonna get dragged back to Rengoku. And it's gonna come up there.
When he's crying to Tanny. Tanny, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Oh, he's smiling. Oh, it's too good.
Not because people are selfish. What a baffling take.
Flawless characters are not relatable because people are not flawless.
Generally, yes. But throughout this video, you seem to expect flaws to be apparent and thrust directly into the face of the audience.
Okay, what's his
Flaws and
flaws?
failures don't come in any particular form, and they don't make or break a character on their own.
No, absolutely not.
Take Sasuke Uchiha, for example.
Oh,
This is a horrible argument out the gate, off the rip. No, you don't bring up Sasuke. Come on now. There's nothing.
You want to
can
talk
say
about a
here.
man that's cooked.
But let's hear Rengoku's flaws or his faults or mistakes or something. Oh, the anime.
His entire clan and family were slaughtered. His extreme loss makes him bitter and distant to those around him. It motivates him, along with creating great friction with those he meets. Someone can easily relate through his loss. Yet the one thing I hear most about him is how whiny and unlikable he is. How is that so?
Pause. But that's from the detractors. Then you have full videos about going, nobody understands Sasuke. You got that Math Wiz and Craft Dwarfs that did the opposite videos of Naruto and Sasuke. You have... you're gonna hear that from the people that either don't like Sasuke or don't like Naruto. Yeah. But are you listening to people that do like Naruto and do like Sasuke? You're gonna hear that, absolutely. But what do you mean the thing that you hear the most? I don't hear that the most.
If he's relatable, then why isn't he beloved? Well, it's because...
He is beloved! He was the number one in the character poll for like 5 polls running!
You're wrong again!
He is 100% loved! People love Sasuke! What are you talking about?
You're just wrong. I can't use the worldwide popularity poll because that was completely spoofed.
Was it?
Yeah, people were doing campaigns for certain
memes. Yeah. The Ichiramba ramen guy.
Third place in the first. Fourth place in the second. Fourth place in the third. Third place.
Gaming XL says, Sasuke Jugo, Karen, help, I'm getting cooked by a needle.
By a needle!
First place in the sixth. First place in the seventh. Was there only 7? Second place in the 8th. He's beloved. What are you talking about?
I can say that Rengoku's flaws are that he's hot-headed and bloodthirsty, but those only become a problem in his introduction and never again.
You fucking dull.
You have nothing to say.
Look, the internet is in my disposal for information. Let's not use it. Yeah. There's no way to say the thing that I hear the most. I'm going to say this. I'll say for Zeleros, there's no way to say the thing that I hear. For us, we can be like, the thing that we hear most about Demon Slayer is the animation. Yeah. Because we have videos upon videos upon videos just going through that. I do not believe that Zeleros, based upon him saying he doesn't do the research, has done the research.
Writing a character goes beyond just making them struggle or relatable.
If the audience can't relate to a character, then how on earth are we meant to be sad about their death?
There could be many.
I disagree with this
Perhaps
one.
we are sad about their death because of the effect it will have on other characters we do care about.
Pause. Absolutely. What is the effect that Tanjiro should have for a character that he just met?
Yes.
What is the effect? It's not like he directly caused his death. It's not like he did an impulsive action that led to this situation. He killed the demon, and then a number 3 just rocked up randomly. And then this guy died. There's nothing that he could have possibly done. So there is no relatability for us to feel sad for Tanjiro outside of a base human to human, this character is dying. Unless you're talking about Tanjiro, he can feel double sadness because he can smell it as well. It's like the demon where he can smell the sadness, but he's like, I can smell the sadness and he's talking to me about the sadness. So that's double sadness.
Or maybe how we know it will affect the events later down the line. It really comes down to the individual story's context.
Okay, so yes, in this situation, how does it affect things that happen in the future? You say that there is other ways that this can happen, but what is the impact that Rengoku's death have? You give these hypotheticals, but what is this right here? Why should Tanjiro feel sad about this? There's no reason given because he doesn't know him.
Plus, Tanjiro has seen a bunch of other Slayers die that he barely knew before Rengoku, but those don't affect him as much as Rengoku's death for some reason. Like the person in the forest that's just like, help me, save me, and he's doing his best, and it's just like, nope, your neck snapped. And then he does blessed rain to the person that did it.
Can he use your nose to boo-hoo me?
Fix me with your nose, Tiny. I can't do that.
I know that's one of your powers, Teddy.
Fusion.
I said before that Rengoku's death doesn't work because we didn't know him long enough, but that's not really the problem.
Then why did you say it?
It's not really the only problem, is what he should say.
Yes.
I praised the writing of Himeno in Chainsaw Man, and she died in even fewer chapters than Rengoku. The problem is that Rengoku is written as an incomplete character. He has no flaws, he has no relationship with the other characters, and we did not learn what he lived for, what his motivations were. And no, I don't count his desire to protect people as motivation because his mommy told him to is a super weak reason for that desire since that relationship wasn't fleshed out.
Well, I suppose since you asserted that without exploring anything, that it just is true.
Pause. So you completely ignore his lack of relationship to the other characters? again, the chapter ends with them all just going, oh no, Rengoku, and we don't know anything about how these characters interact. So you completely ignore that part to zero in on this one thing. He did 3 arguments and you go, well, what did this one?
When Tanjiro begins questioning Rengoku about the Hinokami, Rengoku offers to take him on as a student. Rengoku knows very little about Tanjiro, aside from what was experienced at the Hashira meeting.
Yes, that's a quick turnaround, don't you think? From cut that mother's head off to 2 days later,
Hey, look at that son thing.
you could be my student.
So when he quickly offers to take Tanjiro on as a student, this informs us greatly about his motivations and characteristics.
What does it inform us?
Yeah.
Please explain.
What's the information?
Because you just got on him about exploring what you made, so I hope you're explaining this.
It's a quick moment, but it shows Rengoku's focus on leading others and helping people.
Nope. Not explored. You just restated what happened, which is exactly what Mack did, and you're on him about not exploring it.
He has more of a reason not to offer this to Tanjiro as he disagrees with the protection of Nezuko.
How he doesn't showcase that anymore.
Didn't. Where is the disagreement about protecting Nezuko?
After the initial moment.
Yet he offers it anyway. He is more focused on leading others down the right path, focused on being a beacon for others.
Then why didn't he listen to what Tanjiro was saying? And went, nah, cut that mother's head off.
To look up to and helping those that come after him. We see a bit of this in his dream sequence. His father has become a drunk, neglecting his children. His father talks down to Rengoku for becoming a Hashira. Rengoku steps up to continue working with his younger brother, even though his brother has no fighting potential.
Yes, that's his brother. Why wouldn't he? When he's talking to his mom, his brother's there and sleeping at her feet. Why wouldn't he?
He still focuses on teaching and motivating him. Later on, after the train derails, Tanjiro is struggling with an open wound. Despite Tanjiro turning down Rengoku's offer to become his student, Rengoku steps up to teach Tanjiro anyway. He helps him focus, and pushes Tanjiro to use his skills to stop the bleeding. But yeah, I guess there isn't anything there.
It is possible to have Rengoku exist and have his death be meaningful. One easy way would be to make Rengoku an asshole.
Yes, I suppose by making Rengoku a completely different person, he can still in fact exist.
He was kind of that in the initial showing.
Become the sun, Tanny. Flow like the sun.
Like you're breathing, Tanny.
Almost like writing is pretty open-ended, and there isn't really a specific way it has to be done.
When Rengoku was first introduced, he had no faith in Nezuko and wanted to kill Tanjiro. Let's keep that. Then, when they meet on the train and the demon attacks, have Rengoku try to kill Nezuko because he's convinced she'll attack the civilians. Make him a hindrance on Tanjiro and his team because Rengoku's priorities aren't straight.
Disregarding the specific orders not to kill Nezuko from their leader of the Demon Slayers, your fix just doesn't make sense. Right away, Rengoku is disregarding the main threat of the demon attack to stop and go after Nezuko, who...
If they first meet and he does not see the other demon, why wouldn't he go after the demon in front of him?
Yes, they have a full-on conversation. So it's not like there's no time. He'd be like, there's the demon boy, kill the demon. And then he stopped or something.
Let's not even go there. Kill Tanjiro. Him.
He's witnessed turning down human blood. That would be weird. On top of that, he is a Hashira. Greatly outclassed.
Yeah, I still don't believe it.
Yeah. That was only because you were there. Yeah. Let's see what she does when you're dead. Yeah!
There is... Can you not believe that somebody would be disbelieving of something when they just see proof of something once? After their whole life just going, demons are this. They see one thing where it's not this thing, and they just go, well, I guess everything has changed now. That demon is good.
It would take a little bit more.
It would take a little more.
Tanjiro and the others. He wouldn't be a hindrance because there would be nothing they could do to stop him. It would now put Rengoku's abilities into question.
No, you can speak to his better nature. You can talk to him. You can try to distract him with more food as he seemed to be very hungry about that. You can say, hey, I have a very good nose and I'm smelling the actual demon moving. You showcase that. Be like, there's a demon 2 cars ahead. Rengoku goes there. He sees that demon. He goes, you are useful. So you live for now. Show me where the big demon is.
Trey, don't go to Gamer Josh's channel. We're done.
Gamer Josh he's living his best life, all right?
He is going to stand up to upper rank 3, except he not only doesn't one-shot Nezuko, but is also stopped by a bunch of random demon slayers. I'm not going to go into the rest of your fix. It's already something that clearly wasn't thought out.
Yeah, I think this is very disingenuous to not go into the rest of his fix, because you introduced it as he does this thing and we don't get to, I don't remember what else he said. So you're just going, this fix is stupid. I'm not even going to address it. Why'd you address half of it?
Says, you'll question if Tanjiro and Co. could slow down a Hashira, but be completely fine with Tanjiro tacking down an upper moon the very next arc.
Legit!
On Rengoku. What a section it was. Mack, your entire video has been almost entirely nonsense. It's completely mind-boggling how you can disregard so much context and detail and still expect...
You literally said I'm not going into the rest of his face.
Yes.
Literally 10 seconds ago.
Disregarded the context of his fix and saying the first half of it is dumb.
Story to live up to your arbitrary expectations of what a story should be. I mean, you started your section calling Rengoku terribly written, and then you end it with...
Rengoku is not a bad character. He's just incredibly sterile and boring.
Did you start off calling him bad just to stir people up or something?
Being terribly written and being a bad character are two different things. You can be a good character and terribly written. You can be a bad character and amazingly written.
His basis for being badly written about something seems to be that it is boring, and he's showcased this several times. So he's just going, he's not terribly written, but he is boring, in which case it's bad.
Several times in this section, you backpedal on Rengoku being a bad character, but still insist on him not being a good one. I don't intend to be as harsh as I am, but I am responding to your arguments. There isn't much I can do about it.
Be as harsh as you want to, but let him have his full argument. That's my thing. You are cutting out the argument.
Alright, so next up is the section on Genya.
Alright, one more example.
You're fucking dull. You have nothing
So,
to say.
in this Genya section, we have gun and we have eating demons to gain power. Here we go.
Let's talk about Genya, because boy, oh boy, do I have some things to say about this lad. Genya is possibly, if not the single greatest missed opportunity in this entire series.
Mack then provides a general summary of Genya, moving into saying this.
There's also one huge thing about Genya that is the ultimate example of the complete lack of focus in this series. Genya cannot use breathing techniques for some reason. That will never be explained. It is literally just breathing a certain way. Yet for some unexplained reason, Genya is incapable of breathing, apparently. The only reason we're given for why breathing could possibly be inaccessible to some humans is that it's apparently very taxing on the body. So all you need to do in order to explain why Genya can't use breathing is to tell me he has respiratory problems or something.
Do you really need Genya to blatantly say he has issues breathing or something?
Pause.
Yes, I do need somebody to go, that boy's body is riddled with disease, so he cannot breathe the way properly to make the blood flow. Anything!
Every person that has attempted breathing has
Chris
been able to
Mitchell
do
says,
it.
I can't breathe, Temu. Help.
Can't breathe. No.
But yeah, everybody that we've seen can do this. Again, this is another situation of this character cannot do this.
Simply can't.
And we don't know why, but they can't. That's all there is to it. Yes, there should be an explanation as to
why not?
Why not?
Oh, what, you need that?
I would like it, yes, because he has two special things specifically because he can't breathe. So he has to do a new fighting form, and he has to eat the demons.
Listening to you, you cuck.
I would like an explanation because they introduced it as he cannot do this thing. And when you introduce a statement like that, there are gonna be questions. How could there not be questions? Yeah, Tanjiro can't hold a sword in his left hand. Moving on. So now he's hindered in every single fight where a demon comes up on his left. And we're never questioning why he doesn't do that. Oh, he broke his arm as a kid. That's why he can't do it, and it was never fixed properly. Explained in a single sentence. Here, he can't breathe, so he shoots gun and he eats demons. Why can't he breathe? Why do we need to know that? This is not a debunk in terms of, I have an issue with this. It's not an issue because who cares?
Yeah, to debunk it, you would have to go, here's why it's not an issue, and explain it through evidence in the story, your own beliefs, whatever. Not just going, you really need everything laid out? Well, when there's 1,000 characters in the series, and everyone can do this thing but this one guy, I'd like to know why that one guy cannot.
He and Windman had a rough childhood. Say he got stabbed in the lung as a child, can't breathe properly, donezo. Easy.
Can breathe, but it will destroy his lungs.
A sentence. Go back up. I think it was Priscilla had something. Travis. Sorry, Travis. Trayvon. Sorry, Trayvon. Genya had a bigger build than Shinobu, Kanao, etc. For some reason, they're just fine. Shinobu and Kanao have the same build, but the latter can cut off Demon's head, but the former can't. Jesus. Because. And that's all we have to say. Shinobu taught Kanao, but she can't cut off Demon's heads. Okay.
You already said that the story tells us how taxing it can be on the body. It's not an easy thing for people to do. Is it so far-fetched that he can't do it?
Yes! When if Shinobu is too weak in the body to cut off a demon's head, how is she strong enough in the body to do the breathing when this guy cannot?
You have to ask these questions and not just sweep it under the rug of, yeah, some people just can't do a thing. Okay, but why not when everybody else that we've seen can?
There is nobody else in the Demon Slayer Corps, around the Demon Slayer Corps, that is not a demon that simply cannot.
Yes, when he is built like a tank.
He's a brick.
It's extra far-fetched due to the fact that the body can consume demon parts.
Crazy. Inosuke, 0 training can do this. And Genya just cannot. And your only thing is, well, he just can't. Yes, we see in the manga and the anime that he cannot. I guess we don't need an excuse for that, or a reason, or anything.
The TTS is likely not going through because it's on cooldown. It cools down every time one person uses it, and then it's like a 2-minute cooldown for the next person.
You might be wondering how someone like Genya is capable of surviving as a Demon Slayer, given that breathing techniques are how Demon Slayers level the playing field in the face of a demon's strength. Well, Genya has a unique ability. He can eat the flesh of a demon in order to temporarily gain access to their powers, including their regenerative abilities. So that raises the question, how is that possible? Well, Genya has special digestive organs.
The possibility of this shouldn't be up for questioning. All demons were people at some point. The real question...
And they've been turned.
Yes.
Their bodies are different now. Is he half demon? Say his mother had turned into a demon while he was in the womb. That's all it would take.
Yep.
He has demon parts into him.
A sentence. Experimented as a kid, whatever. In Claymore... In Claymore, the reason why they can they fight Yomis, and they take on they become like Yomis to boost their strength. But the reason why is because they had all their organs taken out and replaced with Yomi organs. So now that's why, and they can get that power and all. So that's the reason why. But there's nothing here.
He just can.
Is how he can turn back into a human. The question of turning Nezuko back into a human...
Wait, hold on. What? I'm sorry.
This shouldn't be up for questioning. All demons were people at some point. The real question is how he can turn back into a human. The question of turning Nezuko back into a human is already a debatable topic, with most believing it to be impossible. So it is a fair question and something that would have been helpful to go into further detail by the writer. However, it doesn't
says, there are cases of people being chimeras with the DNA of 2 different people. Just do that for Genya.
There's so many things that can be done, and they did literally nothing. We can talk about something if it's done poorly. We can talk about something if it's not explained properly, but it's still there. But they have literally nothing.
The explanation is he can do it. Beginning, end of explanation.
Is a fair question and something that would have been helpful to go into further detail by the writer. However, it doesn't contradict anything that comes before. We simply don't have all the information.
And we never will.
We never will, and we should, because this helps so many different situations. He is alive because he can do that. He was riddled with holes and did that and re-healed himself. And we should know why this character is capable of doing this thing. It should not simply be, he can do it.
So I wouldn't classify it as an issue, but definitely something that could have been done better.
No, it is an issue.
No, it is an
How I
issue.
deconstruct story elements. I look for their direct effects, which is why I find your
That's not the direct effect. See, this is your issue right now. This is about to piss me off. This is your issue right now. If something is not explained in the story, you go, what does it affect in the rest of the story? And if it doesn't affect or hurt anything in the rest of the story, then it doesn't need an explanation. That's not good enough. Because we're looking at this right now. This guy can do a thing, and we have no idea why. Why not just have all the Demon Slayers just use every ability without training, without learning about the power system? They can just do it. It doesn't affect the story. They can just do it. So why do a training arc with Tanjiro? Nezuko can just sleep. There's no reason given. Other demons cannot. That affects the story. But we do not learn why. Are you going to get into that? Of course you're not.
It just doesn't affect the story, so it's whatever.
If it doesn't hurt anything else in the story, there's no reason to have an explanation for things.
But it does hurt the story because they use that Demon Slayer eating ability to kill the #1 demon, but he doesn't know that.
Because he doesn't read the manga!
Genya's ability should have been pivotal to finding the cure for demons. A human who's able to turn back into a demon is exactly what Tanjiro is looking for. Nah. He can just do this.
Nobody's listening to you, you cuck.
to Genya to be incredibly strange.
It's also established that he is literally the only
Pause.
Is it really that far-fetched for the ghosts to be hallucinations? Good God. This guy's brain must be on that demon time welfare check.
It really is. Both of them just saying, is it so far-fetched? Is it out of the realm of possibility? Of course it's not out of the realm of the possibility. Everything is, except for like literal aliens coming down. But if you explained it, that's still in the realm of possibility.
So he just had no sufficient reason with the eating stuff.
Nope.
And he just moves on when this is a big issue.
To Genya to be incredibly strange.
It's also established that he is literally the only person that can do this. Genya's inclusion in this story is a huge mistake on Gotoge's part, because Genya's existence rather ironically deconstructs Tanjiro as a protagonist. I mentioned earlier that one of the things I find frustrating about this series is that Tanjiro's very existence manages to break a century-old stalemate between the demons and the humans. As soon as Tanjiro becomes a part of the Demon Slayer Corps, things suddenly start moving in the direction of defeating Muzan.
Even though this is a section on Genya, we are back to talking about Tanjiro.
He's explaining what he's talking about. You were just like, let me disprove what you're talking about by talking about my hero. Can he not pivot off to something else to properly explain what he's talking about here? You did this thing. He introduced, hey, here is what, this thing doesn't make sense because of Tanjiro. Tanjiro is, he's talking about, he's talking about Tanjiro. Yes, he's talking about Tanjiro because he's going to tie it into what's the issue with Tanjiro versus Genya.
Thank you for the super chat. So, fuck it. Question: what do you guys think about the Miramax, Verbalies, and Chugga dramas?
I don't know about it. I haven't looked into it.
The Mama Max is real bad. He's a catching predators
Universal
YouTuber.
Instinct Goku, Angel Seed Goku,
Autonomous Dragon Force Goku. And he has faked a lot of evidence on people.
Oh, that's not
on
good.
or at least one person to try to get a conviction and get them in. And there's been a lot of exposés on it. Yeah.
I saw a lot of YouTubers doing that, and they do like big hour-long videos, and I'm like, if I want to get into some drama stuff, give me like a 10-minute summary stuff, and then I'll see if I'm interested in it to look at that 1 hour boy.
Everything you need to know about blank, and then you can get the further. Just a complete fraud. The Chugga stuff, he was a creep. He didn't understand, hey, I'm not engaging with this, so knock it the off.
Oh,
and
the feet guy.
Yeah.
Okay, I got
and he
the
just
feet guy.
kept going, and that is a problem. I don't know about the third one, though.
There should have been a character conflict of Tanjiro trying to use Genya to help him find a cure for demons, and Genya doesn't want to. There's a lot of things that could have happened, and it's just nothing.
Literal zero.
He is, in fact, the main character and does main character things.
The one and only defense that I can think of for this aspect of Demon Slayer's writing is that Tanjiro is special. He has the mark on his face that increases his physical abilities, as well as the ability to use sun breathing, which is inexplicably stronger than the other breathing techniques. These abilities are what set Tanjiro apart from the other Demon Slayers, and it's that edge that arguably allows him to break the stalemate. So what the fuck? Genya is special too! The motherfucker can literally use the power of demons against them, yet...
Says, all YouTubers who try catching predators are doing it for clout. Go to the fucking FBI and police. Don't listen to fucking YouTubers.
I can't speak on this because one of my friends is one of them dudes, and he's a super big YouTuber right now with over 1 million fake subs.
They hinder a lot of investigations.
Oh, absolutely.
Like
but he used to do that in the very beginning, but now he's walking with local law enforcement when he does these things. Even in his latest video, there's a literal cop standing there as he interrogates the dude. TTS shouldn't be off. Somebody just TTS. It's just a cooldown. What channel? Skeeter Jane.
He's been unable to achieve the same feats as Tanjiro?
How do you enjoy most stories with this logic? Beforehand, you were criticizing the characters for being bland, generic, and lacking characteristics.
Yes, that doesn't have nothing to do with his specialness and his abilities and stuff. Oh, we got Skeeter Jane fans. I'll let them know.
Now you are saying that Genya standing out is a bad thing because standing out makes the main character standing out make less sense? There are going to be unique characters in stories. There are going to be characters that stand out, even against the main character at times.
Yes, but he's super special in that he can use the powers of the demons against them.
This is the only person in the series. There is no legends of this happening. There is no further conflicts of this happening. It is just this dude that's doing it, and we just move on.
That Mortal Kombat 1, Chris, it's funny because he sent me that clip before he started editing and uploading it. I was rolling.
Hell, Genya's abilities are theoretically better than Tanjiro's. It's established upon their introduction that breathing techniques are used to grant the Demon Slayer demon-like physical abilities. Well, Genya's demonification does the same thing on top of giving him demon-like regenerative abilities. Genya is capable of fighting demons on a more level playing field than any other character in this story, yet you'd be shocked to find out that he does not do anything notable to break the stalemate the way Tanjiro does.
He doesn't do anything notable, period. Except the number one demon.
Yeah.
Of regeneration, which I'll admit is very useful, how exactly does Genya's abilities make him better than Tanjiro?
He explained it. He can eat a demon and then gain their abilities. They are...
Heart Soul says, okay, I'm done. Fuck this guy. Good luck to the 70 of you. Really
See you later, soul.
But breathing gives them demon-like abilities. Genya gets the demon abilities. There is no like. There is no similar. They are.
He gets it.
This is a facsimile of the demon slayer, of the demon's abilities that they're doing when they're breathing. Genya gets it, including an ability. Whatever their doesn't he get the blood demon art that they can do?
I can't remember that part, but he might. But he gets regeneration, and even that's just like, what are we doing? If
Goku had it, guess what wouldn't have happened?
Cooked. uncooked raw.
Demons do have superior...
He can be a demon, Zeleros. How is that useful? Genya can regenerate even from his head getting cut off, and that's just the passive for each bite. Genya uses a blood demon art against Upper Moon 1. Yes, so he can even get their blood demon art.
Yeah. Yep, it is.
Teddy, quick, pass me the demon meat. Is he eating his arm? He just got his arm through him and he's just biting him. I will become you. Is this how it works?
How exactly does Genya's abilities make him better than Tanjiro?
He can use demon arts. He can theoretically use hundreds of different abilities, including a vast regeneration and demon strength and speed. Whereas Tanjiro, he has to use a sword style that he's barely versed in to maybe fight a demon.
Demons do have superior strength, but also have varied strength just like demon slayers. There is a literal ranking system.
He literally stopped a giant thing coming towards him and then broke his mouth apart. I don't think Tanjiro can do that. There's probably only one Hashira that can do that.
System showcasing a hierarchy of demons. Lower rank 6 is not on the same playing field as upper rank 1. Just as the same as a regular demon slayer isn't the same as a Hashira.
Okay, sure. What did Rengoku do that's anything better than what Genya did? Don't just say that they're in different tiers. Showcase something.
The nature of turning into a demon on its own doesn't mean that Genya is now as skilled and powerful as anybody else. Mitsuri...
But he's a lot more versatile in whatever he can do. And he theoretically cannot be killed when he eats one.
...is still very clearly more powerful and stronger than both Tanjiro and Genya. Considering Genya fights upper rank 4 and holds his own, maybe he could have aided in the defeat of upper rank 6. But he doesn't. You know why? Because he simply wasn't there. And don't say that Genya...
What kind of point is that?
What kind of point is that? He just said that Genya doesn't do anything on the level of Tanjiro to turn the field. And you go, Genya wasn't there. That's your argument against it? Oh no, what? Phil pulled out of the documentary? No way! What? Doc is canceled? No way! We can't learn about this now?
DSP is making a bunch of excuses, but it boils down to he can't control who talks and what they talk about.
He probably got Panda. And he went, no.
Dude. DSP.
Yo. This was it.
This is heartbreaking.
Tanny, no. Tanny, the doc is canceled, Tanny. Tanny, DSP. Tanny, the doc is cooked. Oh yeah, boo that.
Oh yeah, this is horrible, man.
He sucks.
Cyberman Worf says, Tanny, how could you have done this?
Tanny, this is your fault. Why'd you cancel the doc, Tanny? Oh, Phil. Oh,
yeah,
that's
worthless.
He's gonna get cooked.
I'm pissed. All right. We move forward positively, I guess.
Oh my goodness! Okay, I'm clearly gonna have to stop this.
Oh man, that is heartbreaking. That's pure money.
Banned. Gone forever.
Move this man! Move this man!
I'm just gonna put a cooldown on Boo at least.
Move this man! Move this man! Move this man!
What?
Move this man! Move this man! Move this man! Move this man!
Oh. It went what? Oh, dude. Oh, that hurt.
What?
Boo, this man has a 1 minute cooldown.
You're
His
boring!
blade breaking was evidence that he was weak, as we've been told in the story.
Nothing to say!
There. And don't say that Genya's blade breaking was evidence that he was weak, as we've been told in the story that a blade breaking is due to their swordsmanship, not their power. The dude uses a gun. He is clearly a less skilled swordsman.
Gone.
And lastly, to add insult to injury, after Tanjiro and Genya fight together, Genya suddenly stops being the massive asshole that he was shown to be. He's just a nice guy all of a sudden. That is not character development. He was never given a reason to change, nor did he go through the process of changing.
Forever.
Genya is by
Pause.
far...
He shouldn't talk on this because he doesn't have the information. Because he's not a manga boy.
You think that matters?
No, of course not.
the worst written character in Demon Slayer, and yet, unbelievably, Genya is the rule, not the exception.
I've been responding from the perspective of the show, not the manga. I've not read the manga and don't really care to, so I'm not making any points toward that. My question, though, is, does Genya become nice to everybody or just Tanjiro?
Don't ask these questions. Who are you asking?
Read the manga.
Who the f are you asking? You can get this information.
That's crazy. I ain't read the manga, but let me ask you. Like, if Mack's gonna come into your comment section, read a wiki. You had time to research this. Read the manga in preparation for this.
When the other Hashira are being told about Rengoku's death, we see Genya seemingly
Training
training
Morris
with...
says, why ain't you want to read the manga?
Yeah, what's the reason, I'm wondering?
Wait, Zeleros, if you like Demon Slayer, why don't you care to read the manga? Zeleros, can you read?
Zeleros?
Can you read? No, sir.
When the other Hashira are being told about Rengoku's death, we see Genya seemingly training with the Stone Hashira. If he's working with some of the Hashira, I would imagine he has some sort of social skills outside of just being an asshole.
Pause. I don't care about what you think, what you assume, what you
believe.
It does not matter. It's what we're shown. And what we're shown is him being a complete and total a-hole in this arc, and then not again. And you're going, well, maybe something happened. Well, clearly he has. No, I don't care. Showcase what is there, not what is potentially there. Because you can't argue a potentially what's there.
I think you're correct that he apologized to the girl that he was rude to at the exam. I'm almost certain that moment happened. What happened to DSP? He pulled out of the documentary. It's canceled.
Disgusting.
So it's
it was going to be pure money.
You're boring. You're fucking dull. You have nothing.
And
to
I don't
say.
think he can even use the footage he recorded of DSP if he did, because DSP would probably need to sign some type of waiver after the fact, and he might not have
Clum.
Listening to you.
Let's get an interview, Clum. Unleashed.
Oh yeah, unleash the beast. Unleash the beast.
As you mentioned, he has a poor relationship with his brother, and maybe he's rough around the edges, but he can't be so one note. Besides,
Then why is he?
He can't be? How do you know?
We don't know what happened with that training. You're going,
No, I don't
maybe.
care. I don't care about that. He's saying he can't be one note. Why not? Did you read it to show that he's not? Or are you just assuming that it's impossible for a character to be at one note? Please let me know. Since you don't read the manga. How are we, people that do not like Demon Slayer? I have read that manga at least twice. And I'm probably going to read it a third time eventually. Why aren't you reading it? Just read it.
Ranked together is a pretty solid way of getting through Genya's rough personality, at least in my opinion. Anyway, this is the end of the section on Genya. We move into discussing backstories.
A caricature is an art form in which the artist takes the notable features of their subject and exaggerates them to a comical degree. And that's why I called this caricature writing earlier. These characters have one or two characteristics that are exaggerated and thrown in your face constantly. Despite what you may think, I don't expect every character to have an ocean's level of depth. But these motherfuckers don't even have puddles. These characters are the basin in a desert that used to be an ocean millions of years ago, but now you just find nothing but dust to choke on. What you see is what you get.
Isn't that, like, all stories?
No.
That's kind of how it...
Pink is not just a baby man who's hard-boiled. There's a reason why he's pushing away those ladies. And we see what that reason is. He's not just some dumb baby. Baby 5 is not just somebody who wants to just please people, and that's it.
What you see is what you get.
Isn't that, like, all stories? That's kind of how it works. The contents of the story are in the story. Everything presented comes together to make the story.
What?
I know what you really mean is that it's surface level, but I feel it's a useless criticism, especially when you disregard most of what you saw.
It wouldn't be so bad.
He didn't even argue against what he said.
You didn't address it. You just said he's wrong.
Gotoge wasn't trying desperately to convince you that these characters are deeper than they appear. He does this by making sure that legitimately every fucking character gets a backstory. The good guys get backstories, the bad guys get backstories, the barely relevant characters get backstories. It's a goddamn backstory battle royale where they're all competing to be the least relevant.
I am confused at this criticism. Backstory is kind of a broad term, isn't it? Anything...
What? Wait, he said anything?
Is that this criticism? Backstory is kind of a broad term, isn't it? Anything taking place prior to the current events would be backstory. Saying everybody has a backstory is true, because it would be weird if these people didn't.
No, it's all
sorry,
about what
you
we
know
see.
what he means.
Yes, it's what we see and how it's presented to us. We don't need Hand Demon to have a backstory. We don't need to see that.
I think what you were trying to criticize is more so the fashion in which we see it, being flashbacks. I think there is merit in discussing the utilization of flashbacks in storytelling, but that's a complicated topic, one that could easily take up a video of its own.
No, it's not.
Now I know this is rich coming from me, because...
I find it very interesting you show your One Piece collection. A friend of mine has been trying to get me to watch the One Piece anime for quite a while.
Here he comes.
But there's always been one thing stopping me, and that's the length.
Ring the bell, boys! Get directly in there! I find it funny that you reference One Piece. I don't like One Piece. Why is it funny
I've never read it because it's very long.
What's funny about him referencing a manga that he likes?
It's at over 1,000 episodes, and it's kind of crazy to think about. I won't talk about the quality of the show, but I find it very telling.
Try to name more.
Does it really take...
You bum ass.
to think about. I won't talk about the quality of the show, but I find it very telling. Does it really take that much time to tell a story?
It takes as long as it takes. What if somebody came into your comments and said, does it really take 50 minutes over 2 videos to disprove this guy? What would you say? You would say it takes as long as it takes because I have stuff to say. This month has stuff to write, so it's going to take as long as it takes. Don't do this. This is such a horrible point. Don't criticize this story when you don't have any information about it. You don't know how good it is. You don't know how bad it is. You don't know if it takes that long to do it. You just pointing to it and just going, long. Does it need to be that long? Yes is the answer. Now what? As somebody who has watched it, rewatched it, read it, reread it, you are coming from somebody who has no information and you are babying about it. You have nothing to say about this and it's pointless for you to speak on it. Do not. Completely asinine in criticism about this. Do not. I hate this. You have no point to talk about this. This is nothing to you. Does it need to be this long? This is babies.
Let's just say you can remove 200 chapters out of One Piece. That's still 1,000 chapters that is relevant. Let's just say you could condense a bunch of, and you know what? Chapters would be even longer if Oda didn't squish so much information on a page with like 19 panels on a page.
Explain yourself, you baby!
It couldn't be condensed.
Tanny, it's inaccessible, Tanny! I can't access it! It's too long, Tanny! The inaccessible joke, the spiel there is a top 3 spiel of joke.
If we had shirts, it's inaccessible would be one.
Absolutely.
Explain yourself. Did the big pretty. Those would be
Did
shirts.
the big pretty and die. It's over 1,000 chapters, Tanny. I can finish One Piece for me, Tanny. Let me know what happened, Tanny. Does Magellan come back, Tanny? Tell me. The inaccessible is good. Shoe Pizza is good. There's so much in good.
Off in fish.
We can't be talking about fish. The puppet. I'm telling you, if we ever get merch, I will commission and buy my own puppet. Tanny, you can't be Ricardo. Tanny, he's too strong. The left, Tanny. Look out for the jab.
Nami. I understand. You missed it. You come here halfway and it's just Tanny joke and you don't know. I completely understand.
It's a running joke that is prevalent throughout the stream and you have no idea what's going on. It sucks. I understand. Read, nigga!
Very good, Hope.
At all. I think there is value in exploring concepts or characters, but I also think there is value in getting to the point. Maybe we don't need to go into incredible detail if we want to focus on the main story.
Pause, you don't know what level of detail there is.
There are people that...
Quit talking about this. Legitimately. You have no... I am not going to start going into an astrophysicist's apartment and just going, yeah, but no, I got nothing to say about that. This man likes this show. You don't know anything about it, and you feel the need to speak on it. You have nothing to say. Legitimately stop.
Legitimately nothing to say.
You're making yourself sound dumb. Because you're just spouting off this stuff like, does it need to be? There's no answer. Because you don't have the information.
You're boring.
The almighty Jew Hansen says, so he not even read the manga.
Legitimately didn't. Sorry, I just want to hear the feel.
My wife has finally made the decision to come back into my content, and Kat now has been here on 2 streams, which have been awesome, and now we're trying to plan out the content where she can do co-op gameplay and commentary with me, and that's a lot of work too to figure that all out, right? So it's kind of like we got all this stuff going on already.
Yeah. So
and now it's like, oh yeah, by the way, now we got a plan to have all this time away from work so I could film and I could do this and I got to travel to do this and that.
I'm too busy.
And then on top of all of that, just so you guys know, there is one other factor that just happened this week, and I'm not going to tell you guys about it right now. Maybe eventually I would bring it up, but I'm not going to right now. But there was another huge determining factor that just happened. And that was basically the straw that broke the camel's back, as they say. And I was like, I just can't do this. All right? So, just to make this official, all right, it is canceled. It's not, oh, it's delayed or whatever. The documentary is canceled.
Okay.
All right?
We're good.
Now, I'm not saying that I wouldn't do something like this again or consider doing it again in the future. I'm saying right now, this is not the time, the climate, or the level of stress.
Nah.
To really
Actually feel.
Yeah, no, this is a big feud.
Nobody's listening to you, you cuck.
I cannot believe that man cucked out like that.
How much time? Go back up a little bit.
Yep.
How much time you commit to a series per week is your problem. People binge an entire series on Netflix, so there's no excuse. Legit.
You can take 2 hours out a week to read One Piece. Read anything.
And get it done.
takes about 7 minutes to read a manga chapter, depending on the information. Let's just say 5 to 7. Let's just say at the high end, we're talking 7 minutes to read a manga chapter. That is what, like 8 chapters. Let's just say 8 chapters an hour. In 2 hours a week, you're reading 16 chapters. You extrapolate that over 10 weeks. That is 160 chapters. Another 50 weeks, that's the entire year. You're reading 600, 700 chapters.
And he is whatever you want to put in here, he is that. So much so that he just doesn't want to.
Go check out Mark's 6-hour Naruto Blowfest review.
Would we? We might actually one day.
Yeah, thank you for super chat, Nami.
That's something that I want to do for a long stream.
This man is a coward. Thank you for re-upping Dutch to the bums. Go and watch the dub of Assassin's Classroom and then read the manga. It's really good.
I got a little bit into Assassin's Classroom and it never really caught me. That's my biggest issue. I think I got through season 1. I was just like, hey, it's fine. Never really continued with it. The dub is good though. 13 months for Dutch. I need to do something about, because there's like later past the 12 months. I need to do something with a better.
Okay. BG and DA made a joke that Rengoku and Tanjiro are best friends and that Rengoku would call Tanjiro Tanny as a nickname.
Yes.
That's essentially what it is.
Yeah, that is the Tanny joke.
A lot of backstories is not in and of itself a problem. The issue is that none of the backstories are used in a meaningful way. Gotoge mostly uses them to throw exposition about characters at you, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. The problem is a matter of relevance to the story and characters.
Oh, what could he possibly argue with that when all he's ever talked about is how does it relevant to the story?
He's gonna find a way.
This is used for every single demon that Tanjiro defeats. Before they die, each of them has to recount their sob story of how they were abused as humans and what led to them being demons in the first place. Now, I've actually seen a lot of people praise this aspect of the writing, but I don't really understand why. A theme throughout Demon Slayer is that every demon was once human and that, at heart, they might not necessarily be evil.
We talked about this earlier. The story emphasizes the demons are absolutely evil. They don't remember their human lives and kill innocents. Just because some felt regret or grief moments before dying doesn't change their horrific actions.
Then why did Rengoku go, nah, y'all cool, because you ain't eat the blood? Is it possible that some demons at heart might not be evil, especially since we have Doctor and Simp Lady?
They have a pretty firm stance that demons must be put down. I mean, Gyutaro even says he would do it all again. Doesn't really seem too complicated to me.
Doctor Simp
For
Lady.
example, during the backstory of the first upper-ranked demon that Tanjiro and his friends defeated, you learn that they mostly did what they did to protect each other. But what does knowing that change for us as the audience? How does that knowledge recontextualize their actions? Again, I understand the desire to humanize the demons, but the problem is that nothing is done with that concept.
Understanding how somebody became a demon doesn't necessarily humanize them. We do find...
That is the exact purpose of what they're doing that for.
This guy is goofy.
It's to explain how they got into this situation.
Yes, through their hard life, their trials and tribulations, what caused the events that caused them to become a demon? What is the sad thing that happened to them that caused them to turn out the way they did?
Tanjiro said that to Giyu about Rui. That's where I messed that up. Don't disrespect him. He was once a human. This is the exact purpose of it.
I have become a donut.
It's going through this footage that reminds me how heavy-handed the flashbacks. Absolute. It is. Skipped most of them, but it's like he said. What does it do to learn about the brother and the sister? Their actions showcase that. It is to make us feel sympathetic about this. We all have our things that we're going through.
Yes.
Understanding how somebody became a demon doesn't necessarily humanize them. We do find out that Gyutaro and Daki did look out for each other, but also that they weren't necessarily the greatest people either. Gyutaro was an effective debt collector. People were scared of him because of how he'd beat the shit out of them. Daki literally stabbed a dude in the eye who pushed up too hard. They weren't exactly good people. I believe.
Bro,
that's not.
Yeah, that's not his point. Bro is really trying to argue that all demons are bad when Nezuko literally exists.
Literally.
Doctor and Simp Demon literally exist. But yes, that's not his point. I'm sorry. You were... Or was that basically, that's not his point?
Yeah, it's not his point. His point is, what does it do for us? And he's going through his backstory.
Oh, no, he wasn't a good guy, so why would we empathize? Well, he went through hard times. His sister went through hard times. This is how they became a demon. They're arguing, and then Tanjiro's like, your family, don't do that. And they're like, no, I never got a chance to apologize. I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah. Death.
Go back up to what that said.
Yeah.
I'd like to point out that Zenitsu's fellow training guy who remembers everything upon becoming a demon, but Zeleros hasn't read the manga. Yeah, we're not gonna, we can't talk about future events because he doesn't really know what happened and we don't really know why he remembers everything, but it's fine.
He stabbed a dude in the eye who pushed up too hard. They weren't exactly good people. I believe.
Pause.
You don't need to be a good person to be empathized with.
Is how did you get into this situation? And we see how they got into that situation. And this argument is not we need to empathize with them because they were good people. No, it is they were put in a bad situation and now they are dying, and that's what the purpose is. If this is not the purpose, what is the purpose of the backstories for the demons?
The flashbacks is to sometimes show us a bit of how things came to be, but also the influence of Muzan.
Okay, what does it matter for the story?
Yes.
What does it matter how they came to be demons? They're demons now.
What does it do for the story, which is a lot of your argument? And the influence of Muzan. What does the influence of Muzan do for the twins?
Do for the story as a whole.
The sister.
No, even at the story as a whole. Like, we see his influence. We see him just walking down the street. We see him as basically the prince of an affluent family. We see all the demon slayers just like, the whole thing is taking this month down because he doing too much.
I think the flashbacks emphasize how manipulating Muzan is.
Hi,
And how
Saldana.
No! Not what the
Tanny,
purpose
look,
is.
Tanny, look at me. I'm a donut. I'm a donut. Tanny. Rengoku donut. Tanny.
Rengoku donut Tanny!
But again, he's just going, no, this isn't what this is. This isn't sexual harassment. This is this thing. It's like, no, this isn't about they're feeling sorry for him. It's about Muzan. No, it can be both. Don't say it's not about this, because it absolutely is. Because it's a filter over it. It's in sad music. They all had a negative thing happen to them. I think except for like the jar demon that was just like, I just killed people and then they stuffed me in a jar. Whoops, rip me.
There's like 80, probably 95% of the backstory has to deal with the demon that's dying. And maybe 5% has to do with Muzan. Maybe in some instances. And you're going, the real purpose is to show that Muzan's manipulative. No! Zeleros, who are you gonna believe? Me or your own lying eyes?
influence of Muzan. I think the flashbacks emphasize how manipulating.
Doma turned Daki and Gyotaro, not Muzan!
No, we can't. We just have to let him think that's what happened, and we move on.
How?
Okay?
He had time to research.
I understand. He's arguing something that's wrong, and we know he's wrong, and now we just let him argue it. Thank you for that, Carlo. That makes him seem even worse.
I hate how the demons' backstory are shown at the last minute.
Yeah.
Drum Demon and Number One are two of the best ones because it's kind of sprinkled throughout, as opposed to, I'm dying, oh, here's my sadness. Well, I feel your sadness, and I feel the thing you want. Smell.
Is it that hard to read the manga? I hear this inaccessible sometimes.
We can't access it. It's inaccessible.
To be, but also the influence of Muzan. I think the flashbacks emphasize how manipulating Muzan is.
Says, Tanny, there's a shoe in my pizza.
There's a shoe in my pizza, Tanny.
How did it get there? What am I supposed to do with this, Tanny?
Shoe is not an ingredient, Tanny. Not for pizza, at least, Tanny.
And how he preys upon the weak and needy. Demons don't remember their human lives until the demonic influence is being purged upon their death.
One guy did!
Mm-hmm. Drum Demon did. The number 1 guy did. He had flashes of it.
Akaza did, even before the expunging of his thing self.
This does happen. Even if we're going, he hasn't read the manga, whatever. Drum Demon definitively did. I think.
Did you hear Chris's door open?
What?
Because all of a sudden it was a Chris sweep.
I think that Simp Demon or Tamayo did. I think, didn't one of them explain how they became a demon?
Yeah, Tamayo turned the Simp Demon because he was sick and about to die, and she was like, "There's one thing I could do." And
no, I was talking about before it turned.
Oh, I have no idea.
It shows us how they were blinded and warped through his blood. I don't think it recontextualizes them as a character. They still did awful things as a demon. It's a little bit of information helping us understand why somebody would end up so far in the dark.
Yes, it's to understand, it's to empathize, it's to feel sorry for them. They are humanizing him. It's to understand. That is what it is.
Yes. The last impact you're supposed to feel for the demon is them crying and sad over their hard life before they became a demon. That's the last thing you're supposed to have for them.
It works in this context. The demons don't remember their histories anyway, so I prefer it rather than having it awkwardly shoehorned into major conflicts.
Let's talk about world building.
Pause. Why does it need to be awkwardly shoehorned, though? Can it not simply be done well? Why do you have to put it... I'd rather it be here now, and then they just die, and we have nowhere to put these emotions, than it just be awkwardly... No, or how about it be done well throughout the conflict? Maybe that?
Something that Demon Slayer is sorely lacking in. There is nothing done to establish those state of
the government
outside of the limited sphere of the Demon Slayer core and their battle against the demons. I say limited because the existence of the demons and therefore the Demon Slayer core is not even general knowledge. Demons are few enough in number that they're seen as urban legend.
Limited is a good way to describe the story. At the very beginning, Urodaki explains to Tanjiro how demons work and the Demon Slayer's purpose. During this explanation, he mentions that the Demon Slayers number only a few hundred. That's not really a lot, and if demons are considered urban legend, they are also likely very few in number. So this story is quite limited and very small scale.
Pause.
What were you arguing against there?
Yeah,
I agree.
He's going that, there's a reason why they don't recognize him. But you know what the difference is between demons and the Demon Slayers? Demon Slayers can rock up to somebody and just go, hey, I'm about to move as fast as this train. Zip. Okay, now that I've showcased my ability to do this, there are these things called demons.
Burn them.
Well, rip. But now that I've done that, there are these things called demons. I'm here to hunt them. Be careful. But no, they're just so small in numbers that they're just urban legends, whatever, blah, blah, blah. There's whole towns being destroyed.
50 people in a forest, strung up, blood drained.
There are things that happen. There are people in that town that survived. So, and they saw that. They saw this mug swing these 2 swords and sound all over this man.
That begs the question. What is going on outside this limited sphere?
If I'd have to guess...
No, we're already done.
We
aren't given the information. And if you're
that's a problem.
You've already admitted a couple times, yeah, there could have been more information. Yes, this is another situation where we could have more information, and we should have more information, because that is the exact definition of world building. The world is not built well enough for us to properly explain why these things are or are not happening.
Like 3 or 4 of your counter arguments were, yeah, it could be more explained or more interface.
It's called putting 1 and 1 together, Tanny.
Put it together, Tanny. It could be explained more. There could be more information, but what's it matter? That's been like 3 or 4 of your arguments.
Guess, you're done. Yeah, that's it. Completely. Once you start guessing, we're out of here. If you have to guess, that's when you need to stop, because it's not in the manga. The information is not there, so you're going to put the pieces together to make whatever the best story possible for you is. Since you like the series, you wouldn't in your mind go, I'm going to make this bad. You're going to be like, I need to make this make sense, and you're going to do whatever you need to do to make it make sense, and that's the problem.
Outside this limited sphere.
If I'd have to guess, normal stuff?
If we're in the...
Not even.
He doesn't understand what world building is.
Yeah.
Taisho era, then how is World War I affecting the Demon Slayer's ability to operate? What's the state of the common people, and how does it relate to the demon's threat to humankind?
These are interesting ideas. It could be interesting to see how World War I was affecting the Demon Slayer core, or if demons were trying to take advantage of it. But at the same time, the reason these things aren't explored is because they aren't relevant.
They aren't relevant.
Could have been.
Yes, they aren't relevant because the manga says they aren't relevant because they don't show it. That's why it's not relevant.
They're not relevant to the story we have because the story we have did nothing with them. And you're going, well, it's not relevant to the story at hand, so why does it matter? Like, how do you not understand what you're doing here?
As just established, there are only a few hundred Demon Slayers, and likely even less demons overall.
Who cares?
From a quick Google search, I saw on Wikipedia that the population of Japan around the First World War was around 50 million.
Who cares?
That means the Slayers would make up roughly 0.002% of the population of Japan.
And
That's
yet
fine.
towns are getting wiped out.
Yes.
14 kids go missing in this town. Young women. And we're just shrugging shoulders over this?
A whole train was tipped over.
Turned into a demon, really? The people that awoke from those dreams know there's a demon because it was giving them good dreams.
The people that were tricked by the tuberculosis boy and his friends, they were tricked by that demon.
When they say that the demons are folklore and the Slayers aren't recognized by the government, it's because it's such a tiny part of this world.
Because the manga doesn't explore it. All it would take is like 3 sentences for the government, and we're done there.
But there is nothing other than
Literal zero. If it's not relevant to the story, don't bring it up. Just let them walk around with the swords like, I guess they're samurai, whatever. Don't bring something up and then go, it's not relevant. Then don't include it. I don't think Gotoge is lazy. I think they're not good. I think they are not a good mangaka. Maybe their future work, if they decide to do future work, will be better now that they have all this information of how to construct the story. But for this attempt, there were a lot of issues.
Travin Armstrong says, it is relevant. It's literally the setting that the story takes place in. That's saying the time and place that you were born and raised in doesn't affect how you grow up. This is asinine.
It's terrible. Zenny already said it in the train arc, which is bad. What are you looking up?
It's just the nature of the story being told.
These are questions that
so the Black Panther Party was in the 1996 5,000 people, and they were recognized by the government.
Cool. There were probably like 200 million Americans around that time. Cool. How many members of the KKK are there?
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
I couldn't find any.
Yeah, but even still, okay, 5,000 people, 200 million Americans. Probably the same around the same thing. You trying to see how many Americans there were in that time?
Yeah.
Because I am literally just saying 200 million Americans.
It was 200 million.
Swish! Swish!
Unbelievable.
From half court, y'all!
This is unbelievable.
From half court, all in! Send my check, NBA!
I don't believe this.
are not and will not ever be answered. Hell, even a basic explanation of where in Japan all this is taking place is not answered, nor is there any kind of explanation as to how each location in the story relates to one another.
But would that be relevant, though?
This is world building. Where are we is something important for the world when you locate it in Japan. Japan exists. Where in Japan? Well, in whatever. It doesn't matter.
Is it relevant to the story? Well, it should be.
Yes.
It's not relevant to the story, so who cares? It's not relevant to the story, but it should be.
If they're off the coast of something, that's just like, okay, this is easier for Tanjiro to do stuff because he's a water breather and he's near water. But if they're not, then it's just like, okay, the whirlpool, the thing that's best underwater, isn't going to be used as much.
Tornado hit the red light district? Truly unfortunate. What? Demon? Don't be ridiculous.
It's like in Jaws, we're like, there is no shark. There's no vampire menace. There's nothing out there. Shut the f up. It's like it was a tornado. It happens.
In a time where locations matter in relation to one another. The world of Demon Slayer is so small that it could easily bog down the story by going into detail about this.
Pause. It's not gonna bog down the story. You take one chapter to explain this. You take a couple panels to explain this.
It's the same thing they did with the they took a couple panels to explain the entire breathing style. You get air, it flows through your body, and it unlocks inhuman ability.
You're going to get potentially could bog down the story, but it could potentially not. Now what? What's in the Discord?
Oh, I'm already going to it, buddy.
It's that exactly. Stop with this.
I feel like this is what he would use.
How did you lose your hand, Frank? Demons. Are you sure about that, buddy?
Yeah, okay.
Alright, Frank, here he goes with these demons again.
Yeah, Granny down the street lost her grandson from demons as well.
What a folklore. We all know it's raccoons.
Just monsters, raccoons, just roaming. It's a fact, people.
Yeah, we've seen them all. Look, there's one right there. See?
You heard him? Now buy my raccoon repellent. It's just some salesman. It's called demons. No, raccoons. Clearly raccoons, y'all. And oddly enough, he's selling wisteria.
This is 1 trillion percent.
1,000,000% these Demon Slayer bums. I ain't reading
that. Why would I read the story I love?
No, thank you. I'm not here for that. There are things that I'm here for, and this ain't it.
Pictures on a page?
No.
Where's the voice acting? Where's the sweeping music?
I can't. It's not moving.
The raccoon destroyed the village. The raccoon ate that girl.
There's raccoons, people. Open your eyes
and open this jar of anti-raccoon.
Yo, this shyster. What are you doing?
Video game. You're at Demon Slayer HQ, then you're at the Butterfly Mansion, then you're at the Entertainment District without any idea what it took to get there. This is terrible.
You did the thing again where you assert without backing up your statement. At all.
Hey, where are they in relation to each other? I don't know how long it takes to get from the Butterfly Mansion to the Entertainment District. Tengen goes, hey, let's go, and then they cut and they're there. Between the train and here, where? How long?
I took half the day off work and y'all still ain't done.
We're getting there. We got a little bogged down with Tanny, but we're getting there.
I would love to hear he's saying that you're just kind of being reductive again. What happened where he couldn't be reductive?
Yes.
What is actually happening as far as travel goes?
This is not a big issue in terms of story or anything, but it does speak to the poor writing of Demon Slayers where we don't know what it takes to get someplace. They just teleport there and we are here now. It's just, hey, there is a demon here. I need to call another Hashira. We don't know where any of those other Hashira are. And Love Girl is in a forest somewhere. We don't know where that forest is. When Rengoku died, all the Hashira are in different places. Where are they? I don't know.
How is it terrible? Just telling me what they didn't do isn't enough. You need to tell me the impact it has.
Demon Slayer wants us to believe that demons are a threat to humans without showing us how large of a threat they are or if they even impact daily life for the average person.
How much do you want them to show? Seriously, dude.
Pause. There is enough to have. In order to become a demon slayer, you have to stumble upon a demon and a demon slayer to be like, I want to be in your core. So it should be this is how many they are, here's how many are patrolling this area, so that we know this one town is plagued by a demon.
There are, how many Hashira are there? 8?
9.
9? There's 4 quadrants. There's a north and a south. The Hashira do the north and the south of each quadrant, and then you have the little mini people patrolling the outer banks of each one, delivering information to other Hashira or other anything.
When a demon attacks a town, why was there not a demon slayer there? Why do they need to be told, hey, a day's hike over there, that's where you will find the demon? Why is there not somebody stationed directly in the area? It's just Tanjiro walking until he's in a location good enough for the crow to be like, go on over there. That's what the issue is. There were a number of kidnapped little girls. We don't know the number. I believe it was over 10. It was definitely over 10 based upon the Europeans. But they were all kidnapped before anybody was in the area to do anything.
Where's your raccoon repellent, Tanny?
You can't. There's raccoons everywhere, Tanny. Tanny, the raccoon got me, Tanny. Right through the heart, Tanny. I'm a ram. Don't leave home without it, Teddy. Don't end up like me.
Is this a commercial?
What the fuck do you want? We see them easily kill humans.
Yes, but the humans don't even know they exist, so they're just going day by day the rest of their life. Who gives a thinking they're myths? Imagine there was a bear that came to your town. Nobody knows where the bear is. It just comes through, eats a bunch of people, and everybody just shrugs shoulders. Life wouldn't be affected. Or would people be hunting for that f***ing bear?
The fight against demons level a fucking town. They are a threat. Did you...
They never said they weren't a threat! He said, what are they doing to impact the daily lives of humans?
You say they're a threat, but then once they do what they do in that town, we don't know what happens in that town. We don't know about a mayor going, well, we need to rebuild from all these raccoon attacks or whatever. We don't know what happens. We don't know how these people in the entertainment district are impacted. Within that district, a bunch of people were kidnapped by the Hashira, not the Hashira, the lower rank lady. We don't know how they were impacted. That's what the issue is. This is a story, and we're not getting this information. And you're just going, well, whatever. Why do we need that information?
Terrible.
It's awful.
Want Muzan to declare his intention to conquer the world or something cliche like that?
No! Who said anything about Muzan? How are the demons impacting the daily lives of humans when humans think they're a myth?
He has to make it as reductive as possible.
But he hates that because he was calling Mack out for it.
Yes.
Again, the scale of the story is small, to the point where most people don't...
Yes, and in this small town, how are the people, the regular people, affected by the demon there? There's some girls missing, and they're just going, girls went missing.
And that's it.
And that's the beginning and end.
Rigby, the Raccoon King.
Kill him, Daddy.
Believe demons exist, so they don't impact the average person's daily life at all, and they don't need...
Don't you think that's weird?
Yes. There are demons going around killing and eating people, and it doesn't,
dozens of people,
and it just doesn't affect people's lives. Unless they do kill and eat them, you witness it, you escape it, and you find a demon slayer to join the Corps. And then you survive the demon slayer exam, to which you become a demon slayer now.
Muzan wants to conquer the sun so he can conquer the world. But he didn't state his intention, so it doesn't impact the daily lives of people.
That's manga stuff.
Oh yeah, that's manga stuff. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how small scale it is. How come the people don't know that demons exist? That's the problem. Teddy, protect your sister from the raccoon. Teddy, don't get cooked by him. Why are there now layers to this? Somebody just come back in 5 minutes like, what is all this raccoon with Teddy? I just learned about Teddy. There's a whole nother...
Either. It's not necessarily about the grand impact on a massive scale. Demons hurt.
He never said a massive scale in a town with 30 people in it. If 5 disappear, the rest just move on and act like nothing's going on. As far as we see,
they are a folklore, so that means they still exist within the minds of people. So when 5 people go missing, don't you think they'd be like, maybe it's a demon? Do they even exist? Are they? And then you see a dude coming in with a sword. What's going on in your mind?
I literally left for a meeting and I'm so lost.
Yeah, that's what happened.
That's what happened.
You gotta stay up on the lore, pimp.
Miss a little, miss a lot. In the lore of the Amnesia: The Dark Descent, Alexander's monsters kidnap people and animals for vital experiments. They show up super rarely and they're always cloaked, so they're folklore. Super rarely. But these people are leveling towns.
Destroying entire town.
They're hanging up 50 people in a forest.
They're a little, like the first demon that Tanjiro encountered. It's just a little town in the middle of nowhere, and it's just people eviscerated.
Tanjiro's family eviscerated.
Come on now. That old man was just like demons, so he knows about demons.
Tanny, the raccoon slayer of the iconic shoe pizza, an accessible mark.
Inaccessible mark. Just imagine somebody coming in. It's just like...
Nah, not this one.
Not this tree. Clearly, they're too ingrained, and I need context that I'm not gonna get anytime soon.
I'm gonna have to start from the beginning.
Individuals. They kill individuals, and that's enough. World building is an interesting topic, but I feel the name misleads people. By building a world, it may be easy to confuse that with the world at large. What world building really boils down to is the regularity of the world surrounding the story.
And the regularity is people just live their lives.
Yes. The regularity is we don't know how far the distance is between the Butterfly Mansion and the entertainment district. Such that Soundman was like, a Hashira's here, I gotta call in reinforcements. And they did not get there in time. Why not? Oh, they must be far away. How far away? We don't know.
2 hours, 2 days. At the end, you ride a train there? Can you not?
End of the entertainment district, I think Snake Man rocked up. It was just like, oh, you suck. And we just have to accept this. The world is not being built. The world exists, and we learn things once we need to learn things, and then we don't learn things that we should learn.
I could not tell you, Victory Greymon. Literally could not. Tanny T23. Teddy, stay away from that trash. Teddy, those damn raccoons again.
Take the Joker movie, for example. We
Okay.
don't know anything about the state of the world outside of Gotham, but that doesn't matter, because the story is centralized to Gotham.
Absolutely.
But there's no villain there killing people and destroying the town. It's in the underworld.
We know everything that we need to know about Gotham.
Yes.
In that movie.
Says,
We don't...
Tanny, I am you.
We don't know anything about Japan, such that he had a basic question of where are they?
We know the general area of Gotham. And again, there's no big threat in Gotham that's just like killing dozens of people and no one knows what the f is going on. There's no great evil to defeat in Gotham. There's nothing going on in Gotham. So why would we need to learn about what's outside of Gotham? What is going on in this town? What is going on outside this town? People are disappearing. Move on.
Within this town, why is there not a demon slayer positioned here? Because they're too far away. Where are they? That's the question. People are getting killed and eaten. There's nobody nearby. No, because there's just not.
Outside of Gotham, but that doesn't matter, because the story is centralized to Gotham. So what that...
But this isn't centralized to a single town or anything.
No, it's
they
not.
go to several locations, and we have no idea what they are in relation to each other.
means is the approach to world building only needs to focus on the area of the city itself. During the movie...
And what happens in that city? Everybody's moving on. No! He was right. Where's the repellent? Get it! I seen it. You see that giant in raccoon? That's a folklore. Next you're gonna tell me about demons. And a giant raccoon demon stomps into town, and they're both pointing at each other like the Spider-Man meme. You caused this. Well, this is your demon. This is your raccoon. Bro, just imagine somebody coming in right now, seeing Donut Rengoku and a giant raccoon, and it just makes sense to all of us. Most of us. Most of us. The people that have been here. The real ones. A giant raccoon. Yeah, you know what? Let's replace Rengoku with the giant raccoon. I just wish there was a little tiny stick figure of a person.
Tanny, a demon, destroyed the town. Random citizen must have been those raccoons again.
But it must have been. But like a little person on one of the buildings, and you just see a little bit of a spray going towards the raccoon. Which means the courts are entirely reactionary for their job. Man, the hero organization of Demon Slayers sucks. It just makes no sense when you consider that the man can see the future. There's hundreds of them, but it's just they have to just be in the area. The crow has to somehow convey it to them because they learn that information. It's just nuts. Can you imagine Zeleros doing a video on us and it's just like, and then they started talking about raccoons. I'm gonna skip this raccoon part. I'm gonna skip this raccoon part. I'm gonna skip this raccoon. You just keep saying that.
During the movie,
slowly piecing together what happened.
We learn all about the terrible state Gotham is in and the effect it's having on Gotham's citizens.
Okay, we see what happened in Gotham and the effect is happening. What effect do the demons have on the town?
Yes, entertainment district is over. And we never see it. We never interview those people on the train. We never see little tuberculosis boy again.
Even within the entertainment district itself, everyone's largely moving the same. Even within the entertainment district, they're just going, well, some people disappeared.
Rip.
Now there's a handful of people that are just like, the person I know disappeared. But beyond that, it's just like, it's just a thing that's happening.
Let's get even smaller. The Daredevil series takes place in Hell's Kitchen, a part of New York City spanning a neighborhood. The story takes place in an incredibly small area.
They do the entire city at one point!
He doesn't understand.
When the heck, you know what?
He simply just doesn't understand what the point is. We don't know what's going on. We understand what's going on in those towns. We don't understand what's going on these towns.
The Wilson Fisk story, the Hand, all this was taking over New York. Fisk was running for the mayor.
It doesn't really touch on the greater city as a whole, and that's okay. We only care about this small area because that's where the story takes place. The world building of a story only needs to focus on its intended world. Demon Slayer has...
What is the intended world of Demon Slayer? Japan. What is the intention of the world of Demon Slayer?
They talk about what happened in the Avengers.
Literally do.
But the intended world of Demon Slayer is Japan, and we don't know where in Japan. So we can't be like, oh, they need to travel from Tokyo to Hokkaido. We don't know where they are. So we can't be like, it takes them this long. They shouldn't be there in this amount of time. No, they are just there.
If in Dr. Stone they do that. We're here. The Earth is went off its axis a bit. We need to go to South America here, so we need a boat to do this. Here's the map for it. We know where they roughly are at all times. Demon Slayer? It's a 3-day journey by foot to get there.
Kimitsu no raccoon. Raccoon no yaiba. Raccoon Slayer.
Such a small quote-unquote world that it would become borderline irrelevant to even discuss because it risks taking away from the intended focus. It's a fascinating topic, though, and very fun to discuss. I kind of wish you took more time to focus on this kind of stuff, Mac. While I disagreed with you, it's worth exploring these details.
Now, what does this have to do with backstories? Well, I mentioned earlier that backstories can be used for world building, and there's an excellent missed opportunity to do that here. There is one common theme across every backstory in this world, and that's cruelty. Nearly every demon in this story had humans do straight up awful things to them before they were demons. Many of the demon slayers were also treated cruelly throughout their lives. So let's use that to build our world.
I suppose you can call it a theme, but I don't personally see it as such.
What does he think his theme is? I'm gonna hope he explains what he believes in the theme.
It is a series of connecting events that you can use to extrapolate a theme, and he's going use that theme to build the world. And he's
literally the first episode is named Cruelty.
He explained the demon's backstory have to do with humans being cruel. How can you not see it like that? That is a fine way to talk about themes. He explained it, and he explained how it could be used.
Tanny, help Tengen. That damn raccoon.
It's the raccoon! Those raccoons are 2 raccoons! He's coping so hard. Bruh. Omega.
Yeah, a lot of bad things happen to people that push them into their positions, but that kind of has to be the case.
No, it doesn't have to be the case.
Because you've already said that demons do not remember their past, so why would it matter? Like the dude in when Tanjiro first meets Muzan, he just got turned into a demon instantly. Mm-hmm. Who's to say these people can't just be woken up and be like, oh, I'm a demon now, what the f happened?
Like I said, the jar demon, I think his backstory was just he killed people and then people killed him for revenge.
Most people that become demons are going to be at their low point, because somebody who isn't desperate likely wouldn't do something so extreme.
As what? Allow themselves to be turned into a demon? There are some people that are forced to be demons. Why not just force the demon on them? Yeah. Especially since they can't remember their past anyway once they become a demon.
Muzan preys upon people when they are at their weakest. The same goes for the demon slayers. Average people aren't going to be motivated to join the Corps when most people don't even believe demons exist. If they aren't already born into the fray, something drastic would need to happen to drag them into the fight.
What is his point?
I consider it more of a logical outcome of the information we have, rather than a theme that's being pushed. Mack,
it's still a thing.
Can it not be both?
It can be a logical thing and a theme.
Yeah.
Daddy, I got donutted by an upper cool 3. These raccoons are strong, Teddy.
More of a logical outcome of the information we have, rather than a theme that's being pushed. Mack then goes on to explore an idea based around this, but I don't feel the need to comment on it, so I'll move past it.
Okay.
As it stands, the question of what the fuck Tanjiro would do with his life after beating Muzan is unanswered, which isn't a good thing.
Why isn't this a good thing?
Because what's left for him after that?
Yeah.
He is a young boy whose entire thing is
C says, Tanny, I need to tell you something before I die. The raccoons killed your family.
It's the raccoon. He is a young boy whose entire purpose is to rescue his sister and defeat Muzan.
We don't know his interests. We don't know his wants. We don't know his desires. We don't know how he feels outside of Demon Slayers.
Once Luffy finds One Piece, if he's still alive after the fact, he's going to go on another adventure because that's what Luffy covets, adventure.
I would have liked to see how we got to this question that Mack is asking. but he just skipped
Why would
over
we
it.
need a specific path after the story for it to be a good thing?
Because this is a character. This is once he's happy that his sister is back, then what? I want to see Tanjiro happy. What does Tanjiro want? Huh! And there's no answer there. What does he want? Wait.
At the end of Return of the Jedi, Luke
You did not just say Return of the Jedi. You are not invoking Star Wars into this bullshit.
could do anything. He could create a new Jedi Order. He could be a part of the new government and help rebuild. Or he could even fuck off to an island abandoning all of his character traits after trying to murder his nephew in his sleep. Maybe leaving it open-ended after the main story isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Do you think that was good, the way you framed that?
What?
Maybe it's just a preference that he wants. Good, bad, whatever. This is, I want to know what this character wants past this goal.
Telling your audience that this is just who they are is often enough. And while I understand why people enjoy the demons being humanized through the backstory, it's ultimately meaningless if nothing is done with that information. So they don't actually add anything to story and they don't need to exist.
It's interesting that you say telling an audience just who they are is often enough. It seems to go
I just got off of work. What did I miss? You might as well just exit the street.
You're good. You go on.
And this isn't one of our joke.
Reckoning
Hey.
Says, I still need that Star Wars video since y'all think Road is bad.
Shut up. This isn't even like one of those things. This is a literal, hey,
You're good.
you don't have the information here.
It's interesting that you say telling an audience just who they are is often enough. It seems to go against a lot of the criticisms you've put out there in this video. You said Rengoku wasn't a good character because we don't know him enough and that his characteristics aren't explored. But now you say we don't always need more than just who they are.
We don't always need it. We needed it there.
Yes. There's a
You-
qualifier.
You see, he didn't talk about Sound Man. Cause we got enough from him. He's not there to die and give motivation to Tanjiro. He's there to do the big pretty and off.
Just the speech of, here's the hierarchy. You
The
guys,
raccoon emotes.
the hierarchy is you wives, the people, and then me. That's more than anything Rengoku got.
You went at Zenitsu in a similar way, claiming we never saw him grow. Is that not hypocritical? Of course,
No,
you
it's
were
not.
referring to just side characters, but then I'd argue you should have made that more clear and elaborated on your point further.
When he says you don't always need, that means there's qualifiers to where we do need. And this is one of the people he feels we didn't need, and the other people we do need.
The following section of Mack's video goes into the action of the manga specifically, so I won't be speaking on it.
Yeah, of course you won't.
Art is
Worthless.
subjective. In fact, all of this is. If you were thinking of leaving a comment at some point informing me that all of this is my opinion, then congratulations, you're right.
The good old everything is subjective. It's a great attempt at a shield.
It's
but
not a
really-
shield. He's just going, if you just leave in a comment going opinion, then yes, say something more substantive. As a video creator, I know he's gotten that because we get that so
Gaming itself
often.
Says, remember Tanny Dagger Raccoon?
He shows up as a Force Ghost. Remember.
not true. It's all about what you say. When you say that Demon Slayer is incompetent, that is a declarative statement.
Yes, and he's declaring it based on his opinion of the
Yes.
thing. What's the difference?
I believe that it's incompetent.
You're boring! You're fucking dull! You have nothing to say!
You are saying what it is, not what you think.
Do you need to? So you're talking about this whole shield thing with the subjective and thing, but oh my god, you just said, do you always need to know everything about it? Do you need him to say, I think, in order for it to be an opinion piece?
That means people have every right to challenge your statement.
People have the right to challenge it even if he said, I think.
He's not going, don't challenge my opinion because it's just an opinion. He's going, if you're just saying that it's an opinion, congratulations, you're right. That's all he's saying. He didn't say, If you're saying that this is my opinion and blah 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 blah, then you're right. No, he's saying if you're just saying opinion, that's all. You're looking too far into this. You're not looking far enough into this. Something is happening here.
And you'll have to back it up with evidence. Also, as harsh as I've been in this response, I still believe you should be confident in your own positions. Don't feel the need to throw this out there. Stand firm for what you believe.
No, he's not throwing it out there. He's going, if you're just in the comments going subjective and opinion, alright, you win. Cool.
Regardless of being right or wrong, people shouldn't feel the need to be this defensive.
Throughout the course of writing this video, I came to realize that many of the things I criticize about Demon Slayer are not things that I feel the need to criticize in other manga.
Fighting Gimmick says, Tanny, it's demon time on Raccoon Donut Man.
It's demon time. Do we think he's gonna come after us? Nah. There's no point to. How could he? What could time? Triton is already cooking this man.
Forgive lacking world building if the character writing is strong. I can forgive mediocre character writing if the action is engaging. And I can forgive boring action if the world building is incredible.
I think this sums up quite nicely the problem with this video. You'll let a flaw go if something else catches your eye.
If something else is good enough to substitute the flaw, I will still engage with it.
Not everything needs to be a 10 on 10. If the characters aren't as good, but the story is as good, I'm not going to be like, oh, boo. No, so long as it's good enough.
If the characters are a 4 and everything else about the manga is 10, I can still engage with the manga. If everything is a 4, well, I got nothing for you.
Yes. And he's going, everything is a 4.
The flaw...
You mean like with animation?
...still exists. If there is blatant issues, then they should be pointed out and understood. Perhaps the flaw doesn't destroy the story overall because of the strength of the other aspects, but it still drags it down. I hold storytelling in a very high regard.
Yes, you can like something, but then dislike something else within the story. Yes, it does hurt the overall thing, but you can still enjoy it. What's the issue here?
It's a wonderful thing. It's timeless. It lets us escape to amazing worlds, see incredible people, and put ourselves in exciting situations. It lets us explore complicated topics and expose ourselves to different walks of life.
What is he talking about?
Storytelling has become my passion. I am no writer or English major. I just love dissecting stories and seeing what makes them work or not work.
Pause.
When I approach a story...
Except for One Piece, which you're just going to speak upon without knowing about it.
Because it's real long.
Danny, this man is yapping.
I don't let things slide. I don't let a story off the hook just because it made me feel a certain way, or because one part is a standout. I said it at the start. A story is the sum of its parts. All of it works together. At the same time, though, it's important to understand what each aspect of storytelling will do for our stories. Storytelling has very little in the way of rules. As much as something like world building may seem like a fundamental, the context of the story is what determines the different tools to use. Really, the only thing that I'd say is mandatory for a story is consistency. Being consistent in how things work, and how people react, and how events unfold.
I don't even know what he's talking about, man. And I simply don't care.
Information the audience has access to is what the writer gives. So that information should at the very least be in an understanding with what has already been
You can like Demon
presented.
Slayer, just don't pretend like it's the best written thing in fiction. Because it's simply not. He's going, storytelling is his passion, but then he's just going, yeah, we don't need to know about this stuff. Why do we need to know about Genya and his eating of, and why he can't breathe? Maybe because it's the story that's being told.
No way, this stupid fucking consumer. Just say don't be too defensive when the guy was joking about other people defending their link removed guys like Triggered Cream Pie.
He is triggered. I said Cream Pie. He is Triggered Junior. What you looking for?
I was looking for his other videos, but he barely has any. He has 21 videos.
A lot of them are game stuff.
Yeah, like I wanted to see him really dissect something, but it's a lot of. The only thing is Dying Light 2. It was so disappointing, but it's not really much to say there. It was.
We may want more information,
listening
but
to you
cuck.
as long as it's consistent, then the story still functions. Now we can have a discussion on if it can be improved, or if it's compelling, but that isn't the argument here. You were claiming it to be incompetent, to be badly written.
It was. It is. And he
showcased that to the best of his abilities.
Yeah. Zeleros, storytelling doesn't have rules. All right, so there can be a story without plot, character, setting, tone, mood, ending. Sure, Zeleros.
It's crazy.
You said at the start of your video that you didn't understand why people like Demon Slayer so much. The real reason is because it's simple. Demon Slayer...
There ain't a single way. We did not get all the way here to end up at the beginning where did we ever leave? We never.
It's a flat circle.
It is a single line. There are 2 points. It is back, it is forward. There's no way that he says all of this and then we end up here. At the end of our journey, this is legitimately One Piece's friendship. After all that, this is what we got. We never left, Tanny. Dude. Come on now.
If people connect with the simple story and that's why they like it so much.
These are the people that will kill anime. People who just accept garbage and don't think. Not the wokes, not the localizers. These people. If the story is simple and that's why people love it, why aren't you reading the manga?
Yes.
If you love dissecting stories, why aren't you reading the manga?
You say that it's the sum of its parts. Well, one of the parts is the drawings. You don't have the animation and stuff, absolutely. But a medium is the manga. And that's all the parts that you need right there and then.
I'm taking off all timers right now since we're near the end anyway. And this man is pissing everybody.
This is unbelievable.
I can't believe the 0 hour we came back.
Too simple. This is crazy.
TTS.
Go back to the chat so I can at least.
Because mine got.
Hey, Tanny, the story is simple and big pretty, and that's why the raccoons are invading. Anime hype beast. How did we get here? We never left. There's too many questions about how we got here. It's the stupidity devil. Hall of Fame, happily. Definitely Hall of Fame, Danny. Help cook this man. He's the feast is on the table. Beyond Hall of Fame, anomaly, or hallucination of fame.
I didn't even put anomaly.
Man,
that might. We'll see.
It's simple, therefore iconic.
Tanny Demon Slayer is a 10 out of 10 for obvious reasons, Tanny.
Tanny!
Morris says, I am gonna cook. C says, these anime hypebeasts suck. They only like the animation and they don't read the manga because they can't read.
Crazy!
Because they can't read!
Slayer is very focused and to the point. It doesn't waste time with filler. It gets straight to it.
It's the same
It is literally a Rengoku filler.
Because it does that. There's no time to explore anything.
Dutch says, Kung Fu Panda is simple and 1,000 times better than Demon Slayer. Hi Zaldonix says, I feel like in a loop of time, we are back where we left. I hope you step on Lego.
Banned.
With everything.
Gone.
You put all of these expectations onto it and blame the story for it. You feel that characters can...
I'm sorry, I expect something of the story I'm reading. And it didn't meet those expectations.
C says, Tanny put me out my misery, the yapping is torture. Priscilla says, Tanny shine bright like a diamond. One gem.
One gem.
When they've gone through the issues that a person themselves has gone through. You feel that characters need direct personality conflict that impacts the overall...
It was all in hallucination, Tanny. The keys were never in the ignition.
narrative, regardless of any other failings. You feel that abilities need direct power weaknesses, like rock, paper, scissors.
No, he never said that! Oh my god, I'm just gonna listen, because these are things he did not say!
Mack, you didn't like Demon Slayer. It wasn't your cup of tea. But instead of just saying that you don't like it, you had to come up with excuses.
You like Demon Slayer, so you're literally coming up with excuses to you excuse it? Hey, maybe this happened. I guess this could happen. What about that stuff?
What does it matter?
What does it matter? Hey, this is bad. Well, whatever. We don't need to learn that.
Alfonso Rodriguez says, are you going to debate this guy like catalysts do?
I would debate him today.
In a second.
I would
Jay
debate
says,
him today.
Demon Slayer would benefit from filler.
Absolutely.
Morris says, I'm never gonna give you up, Tanny. Talkin says, Tanny, it's simple. That's why it's good. RAHHH.
I'm sorry for going to a steakhouse and expecting a quality steak. I'm glad.
This dude is the definition of a hype beast monster. I'm convinced Demon Slayer, this dude, is reductionist at best and brain dead stupid at
Dude,
worst.
I'm glad I went there to eat garbage on a plate. Thanks, Zeleros. Hey, that's what the raccoons eat.
Were at times downright absurd.
Ultimately,
Yvonne
I know that
Mary
this video.
says, I just realized that a cat was turned into a demon in the final arc. So there really could have been a demon raccoon in DS.
Nah, that's too big brained.
It won't change anyone's mind. The people that agree with me will praise the accuracy of my arguments, while the people that don't will find any number of straw man arguments
C
for why I'm
says,
unfit to.
Can't face this blunt like our hearts burn brighter than me. Mock says, we just gonna skip over the fact he said it had no filler but used filler to make a point.
Dude, it's crazy.
Rengoku, I
Legitimately.
died for Tanny character development. Hi Zaldonix says, there are no excuses. They are explained why he doesn't like it, you potato head. How can you not understand?
Criticize it at all.
And this is the icing on the cake. Do we need a more telling statement? People who don't agree with
Dutch
you will do
says,
nothing but throw out
Mack
strong...
smelled the future.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he
as if
knew
they
what was
could
up.
have legitimate arguments of their own.
No, they could, absolutely, because there are some things he got wrong. But you strawmanned a lot in this argument.
You claim it's all subjective, unless they disagree with you. Then it's a straw man and shouldn't be taken seriously.
Did he say that?
Of course, the people that agree with you
C
will
says,
praise you
I like
because
how
they
the
already
Tanny meme
agree.
has more character development than the actual source material.
Crazy. It has layers to it.
I don't know how anybody that actually listened to what you said could ever be
The
convinced.
MCU-ification of anime.
Despite the hyperbolic delivery of my criticisms throughout this video, I end up feeling nothing. I'm left feeling indifferent.
No, you are bitter. You are incredibly bitter. that
You
people
are
like you.
literally bitter. You've called him outside of his name. You called him an idiot. What the are you do? All these types of things. Are you not bitter? Come on now, don't pull this.
He feels nothing for Demon Slayer.
Left feeling indifferent.
No, you are bitter. You are incredibly bitter that people like Demon Slayer.
Is he? Based on what?
Predadix or Gaming XL says, Yo, Mist Hashira, how did your brother die? It was that demonic raccoon.
It was always the raccoons.
It's made incredibly clear by so much pointless information, like the constant jabs of the fan base, along with a rant on
It
a
was
times
once or
100
twice.
list.
Yeah,
When
that
your
was
video
in the
first
beginning of the
recommended,
video for
I
like
was
a
quite
minute.
interested. I was genuinely curious
No, you
at
weren't.
what somebody who didn't like it had to say. To say I was disappointed is an understatement. Your video is downright atrocious. It certainly doesn't make me want to give anything else you made a go. In recent times, there's been such a flooding of absolute awful stories coming out.
C says,
That's why I was so
this
highly
man is
encouraged to
blazing
make a
Demon
response.
Slayer so hard.
To say Demon Slayer is incompetent compared to the dumpster fire that is Marvel.
Hey,
is
shut the up about this. We don't need to compare things to other things to be like, this is bad. A 0 doesn't make a 2 better. It's still a 2. You can't be like, but what about that over there? I don't care. You burned food and just going, well, at least you're not eating well, no, obviously, but I can still talk about what I'm eating right here and now. Shut literally the up.
claim. A claim I feel you utterly failed to support. I doubt you'll see this.
Can you explain why the Marvel writing is bad?
He couldn't explain why he liked 2 anime. He couldn't explain tropes that he didn't like, and that was the beginning, one of his first sentences. Trans.
Response, but oh well, it's out there now, and I stand by it. Despite how harsh my response may be, I do want to make note that I will always be open to a discussion. I don't have anything against Mack personally, I just think the arguments were
discussion with Mack. But if we're in there, we're in there.
Shame.
I will go to your Discord. I will go to your Twitter.
We'll fight in the
space.
trenches.
I don't care where you want to have it, because I will have it.
Yeah. This has been quite an undertaking for me. I don't have any Patreon or anything like that. I just hope I could be entertaining or informative to those watching.
Neither.
I've kind of enjoyed making responses, though, and it's fun to engage directly with arguments rather than talking about a topic generally.
Pause.
Maybe
It's fun to engage in arguments, but then you skip over them.
we'll do more in the future. That will be it for now, though. See you around.
C says, Tanny flame this man in a debate. Tanny, do it for me.
Teddy, please!
That's 11 for me.
Keeptalkin says, at least this shit in front of me is better than the piece of shit over there. It doesn't matter, they're both shit.
It doesn't matter.
For host says, the MCU is literally military propaganda and it still beats Demon Slayer.
I'm gonna go Hall of Fame, but you said 11, so we're gonna go with the higher one, which nobody voted for.
It's horrible.
It's horrible. I just simply don't have anything there.
Alfonso Rodriguez says, this has to be a trilogy.
Hopefully, because I would love to debate this dude. If he goes one-on-one, then me and BG are flipping a coin or something.
Because it's gotta happen.
Because somebody gotta get him.
No, you can take that one since I took the Joker one.
Says, BG, we all have your backs. Cook this man, or I will. Blank says, I'm losing my mind, LMAO.
You can get your mind back. We're over. It's done. We have completed it. This has been quite the odyssey. The first one was a lot more angry and less jokey, and now we got this with in raccoons and Tanny. Crazy how that works sometimes.
Crazy how that works sometimes.
It's a simple story, Tanny. That's all it needs to be.
Explain yourself, you baby! What?
Oh boy. Yes, I would gladly talk to this person.
We watching the Phil stream?
No, I'll probably watch that on my own.
Yeah.
Teddy, I'm cooked.
But yeah, just somebody like that who says they value storytelling and then just goes, who cares? It doesn't matter. World building.
It's not happening right now, so who cares in the story and blah, blah, blah.
And we don't need to know about this character who's doing this completely unique thing, why he's doing that and why he can't do the central power system of the entire series. We don't need to learn that. It's just crazy. I would love to debate this dude. I would just love to talk to this dude.
Alfonso Rodriguez says, there has to be people named Tanny in the world.
Oh, yeah.
Says,
bless them.
He sounds like organized chaos when he says that.
Oh, I have not looked in on organized chaos in a while.
Why does Rengoku look like a pizza-flavored donut? What do y'all think of the Mos Def Drake situation? It's always the same thing. It's cyclical. I don't get into any Drake beef after he ran away from that Pusha T. There's nothing else that man could say to make me on his side. Unless he was like physically attacked and he's clearly in the right. Because he literally ran from Push.
Triton A. Morris says, got to the comments section. You promised.
Oh, we didn't promise. We said we might.
I ain't promised. If you promise something,
I definitely ain't promised no. I said we might. And we've been here for 4 hours already. I guess
because it's hard to do this because they're long comment threads and then they're going back and forth. So it's just like we read one part and then we go down to his response and then go down to the third response and then fourth. It's hard to do that. Make it entertaining without just simply reading is what it is.
I can scroll through them while we do something right now, but that's about all.
Because if he talked about Captain Mack not putting things in the video to make it, he goes, I would have liked for you to explore that more. But if he adds additional information within the comments, why did he not add that in the video? Mm-hmm. Again, just another there's 40 comments. What are we supposed to do?
Yeah, Triton, I don't know what you want us to do here.
Look at that scroll.
Hold on, I'm gonna put it on straight. We saw that 40 ball and went, hold up. We're getting cooked.
Hey, read all of Lily Pete's two traumatized lesbians finding each other. No, I don't think I will.
Thanks for the suggestion, though.
Michael Bamasebi says, clutch up.
Clutch up.
Clench them teeth and go for it. I do need to read that, though.
Travin Armstrong says, this really was an odyssey.
It was.
The first act had problems getting off the ground. The second act was a journey into the mouth of madness. The third act was our revenge arc via memes and jokes.
Big memes, big jokes. It's just the feel stuff was with Cat was some of the hardest I've laughed, and the Tanny raccoon stuff, and that's just very funny. It's just stupid. It's just dumb, stupid crap, and everybody was in on it, and that makes it better. And they made their own jokes, and we built it. It's just good to have that just dumb little thing.
If you guys ever play Coffin of Andy and Laylee, you could debunk Lily Orchard's video on it.
Always. I was going to say always good for some Lily stuff, but that's just a lie.
That sounds good, though. I might do that. BG, should I read the manga for Kaguya-sama? Absolutely. The manga is well worth it. It's legitimately one of my favorite slice of life series of all time. Legitimately top 5. Have you played any Final Fantasy games? Do you like Bleach 1000 Year Blood War anime? I played several Final Fantasy games. There's only like 3 I like. 1000 Year Blood War, I have not watched that anime, but I will because there's a lot of videos coming out on it. I guess we can do some quick questions while
We've been here for so long.
All right, no quick questions. I'll do a quick scroll through.
If somebody does have questions, we can fire them off, but...
which one feels more rushed, My Hero Academia or Black Clover, and which one do you like more as of right now? Still like Black Clover more. I feel like My Hero Academia at times really feels like, hey, let's get this over with. I'm done with this. Whereas Black Clover is just like, I'm really enjoying it, but I can't do this.
All list exist viewers are now called Tannies.
The Tannies!
Yeah, I'm not caught up in Black Clover, so I can't really speak on that.
Predadix or Gaming XL says, Tanny, help. I'm getting folded by this raccoon.
Just folded! We only went to Triton's, but I know there's a lot of people here that were talking. Word limit? You hit the word limit?
Says, can I pay you to watch Steven Universe to see Lily video?
Goodness gracious.
I watch Steven Universe anyway. I love just watching stuff, and I hear very good things about it. So I will watch it someday.
Yeah, it is infuriating.
Yep.
Because there's so much that could have come from that. It's crazy. Homeboy flew out there.
Yes.
You've wasted his time and money. And I don't understand how Phil is okay with that. I really do not. When he thinks about all their wasting all this, it's crazy how he just led that man along.
Look at this. This isn't even Trey. This is some other dude. It's not even Zeleros. Trey, what do you want us to do here?
Chris the Chilled says, this dude Triton can be a professional scriptwriter. This comment writing hand.
Pause. I mean, not pause. Just a sword strike that is used on an enemy that surrenders itself. It can be made out of mercy for demons who wanted to die previously because they didn't want to continue consuming humans. Not like this is something to criticize to begin with. It's just a sword form. There is no point. Once you see that, you should realize there is no point in continuing with this person.
Did y'all have any real faith in that documentary going, cuz I did?
Yes, I absolutely did. He was very excited about it. He kept talking about, this is finally my fair shake. This is going to be the truth. This is all that you ever need for DSP. He seemed so into it.
And now, do you prefer My Hero Academia or Naruto? My Hero Academia overall.
Yeah.
I think the highs are better. I think the lows are lower at this point, though. But those highs were delicious. Also, Phil pussied out. Yep. I'm a tanny now. Thoughts on the latest My Hero Academia chapter? What even happened in that chapter?
It was just stuff that happened. They were just fighting. Just nothing happened. I said in the beginning, but I just hate I'm using Black Whip to expand my muscles. Because you have to be like, by the time you recognize, oh, this is what he's doing, I guess he could always do that. It's already moved on, and there's no time to think about it. There's no time to question it. There's no time to question why he didn't do it before. It's just a thing that he did before to hit even harder, and we have to just go, okay, cool. And I hate stuff like that.
BG, best voice of Superman. The best voice of Superman is probably from... You know, I really do love My Adventures with Superman's voice. It's really light. And I feel like it has that also commanding aspect to it.
Apparently I missed some serious ALX lore when I was at work. What's going on with the Tanny and Raccoon?
It's over.
We could explain it, and it's easy to explain, but no. You've missed out, and we move on positively.
The best Superman voice is probably from Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, because he had the
great newborn.
Yeah, he had the most commanding voice while also being able to be very soft spoken with it. I loved his voice.
Nobody's listening to you, cuck.
Not a single person.
BG, have you listened to Quaranta from Danny Brown? It's a great album. I have not yet, but I will. What do you think of Muzan and all for one turning into babies?
It's crazy how they both turned into babies. It shouldn't. Why? What happened?
Next member logo is got to be a raccoon.
That fits in with the trash theme.
Yeah, you know what? It really does.
Yeah, we're going raccoon. I'm going to write that down.
No, I'd rather be called Sly than a Tanny.
Man, you know what's dominating the funniest moments?
Hitting the word limit is an achievement. Shout outs to Argentina.
Finn, come on now.
I just realized that Tanny is one letter off from sounding like a transphobic slur.
Yeah, that is very rough. Lily would be on our necks for that.
Our necks. The fact that Zeleros Defenders exist is mind-boggling. Will you watch The Monkey Wrench? It's a very good animated series. I'll write it down. I write down most of the things you guys suggest, and then eventually do watch or read them.
Please say Tevin is live. Oh, bless you, almighty Tevin. Oh, bless.
All right, I'm just going to go to wherever Zeleros commented, and then we're going to go to there it is. I call anime a genre because it has a lot of tropes. I don't. All right, we're good. We're good there. We're good. We're so f***ing good.
Cool, Zeleros.
Cool.
You've done it.
Coolsies. Absolutely coolsies.
You've done it, and we've done it.
Oh, I hope Trayvon's still here.
Dude, this is crazy. How did this happen? How did we get here?
This is legitimately the craziest thing.
It's nuts.
And again, it makes complete sense to the people that were here, which is the craziest aspect of it. They're seeing this on stream and they're like, yeah, this is great. It's a month coming in. Like, what are we doing?
Damn, cooked donut. What?
Raccoons? Why the raccoon? Is that a lawyer? Why isn't this in court?
Oh, man. This is a good one.
This was a very good
rough one as well, but my goodness.
All right, I have
horrible points, legitimately.
Feeling disgusting for using cat as an excuse to not do the doc. Absolutely.
He needed to come up with an excuse, and he had to.
Yep.
Maybe that's why he brought her on stream.
Yeah.
I'm going directly to what Tevin said. And then I think Detractor Beam is streaming as well. And then tomorrow we got that being said. There's just so many voices that I need to hear about this. Oh my goodness. Review text unhinged on Twitter about DSP Doc and Detractors. Crap. Because he was just talking about you guys are going to make this documentary not happen. And he's just going to be so... I fucking hate Rich. He's annoying.
What do you think the Detractors did to stop the documentary?
He's gonna say he's right in whatever way.
Oh my god. A Tanny exists. Can you take a look at Deej Nuts? Maybe some other time. Thoughts on Dr. Stone and what do you rate it? Dr. Stone is like a 7.5. There's a lot of aspects I like. There's some I don't. Ask me again on a different stream so I can give better thoughts about it because I really do want to watch these football games.
Ain't never read it.
Anime is a medium. Absolutely. I don't know what this idiot is talking about. Not only have we not left, we've gone 3 steps back. Debt working overtime today. Sexual harassment to the gills. To the invasion of the raccoon. So tired of people calling anime and shonen tropes. Holy I can't. People are gonna think you're totally on drugs.
Good.
We should do a tier list of your streams.
This is number 1. It's not probably one of the triggers or the DSP one.
Teddy was the coolest raccoon. No, Teddy, I swear I ain't glazing you. I honestly wasn't expecting that. It's beautiful. Screw Rich. I was an OG non-believer of the documentary.
You were right.
I have listened to JPEG Mafia. I enjoy it. He's friends with Darby Allin, and I love Darby Allin in AEW. SpongeBob's French narrator voice 4 hours later.
We got here.
You left out the she don't bite image. Oh, there's another image? Oh, yeah, I did. When I put all the images on. Let's fill that up,
man,
and get the out of here.
I'm hungry.
I am too.
Tired.
I'm getting a pizza.
I'm tired.
Dude,
this has been a lot.
This has been a lot, but it was awesome. Awesome and a lot. All right, shove off. So there's no stream next week because DA's going out of town. I should be going out of town, but work could not let me off because somebody else was let off already. So DA will be out of town, so there will be no stream in that time. I will set up the new stuff I want to do for the stream. Shove off.
Look out for raccoons.
Yep, the raccoons, people.
They're here. They've always been here. Holy crap.
Detroit is cold. Coldish.
It's getting better, though.
See you later. Yeah, it's supposed to be like 40 next week.